What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, August 27th, 2025. More importantly, we are 3 days from kickoff, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we will continue our preview of Texas-Ohio State. Our friend and Bucky's former player, Howard Griffith of the Big Ten Network, will join us at 8 o'clock to preview the Buckeyes side of things. And we'll also talk about some of the other big storylines going into week one of the college football season with him. More sound from the Texas players. We've got some sound from Ryan Day talking about this matchup. We'll continue our countdown to kickoff for the Longhorns and the Buckeyes. Plus, NFL roster cutdown day was yesterday. We've got the latest out of Dallas and Houston, including the latest surrounding Micah Parsons. We've got Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift getting engaged. We've got Cracker Barrel going back to its old logo. We've got a lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. We're going to have some fun over the next couple of hours, and we appreciate y'all spending your hump day with us. How are you this morning, my man?
Doing good, man. It stayed dark for a long time out there. Lots of clouds. We got some rain coming in today. Yeah, we got some rain coming in today. We got some rain coming in Sunday, but leave Saturday alone, looks like.
Okay.
And that's okay. We needed to cool off just a little bit. You know, only 96, but feels like 206. Not 106, but 206. I mean, it's hot. The afternoons are hot. That sun is ablazing. I know these dudes can't wait to play somebody and quit seeing their own players, quit seeing their buddy across from them at practice. They have got to be sick of it. It seems like this is a long one right here, and it hadn't even started yet, and it seems long.
Yeah, I don't
but
think
we get underway tomorrow. Game starting tomorrow, I believe.
Yeah. Week one of the 2025 college football season gets underway tomorrow. Of course, we had some action last weekend in week 0. But week one technically gets rolling tomorrow night. Number of games around the country. And then you've got games obviously all day on Saturday. You've got a couple of games on Sunday. You've got a game on Monday. So college football is taking advantage of the NFL not kicking off until next week. They are dominating the football weekend and really the sports weekend coming up. And
we'll find out about YouTube. We find out about YouTube today, I guess, right?
Yeah, 4 o'clock Central is the supposed deadline for YouTube TV and Fox to work out some sort of deal. Obviously, Texas fans and Ohio State fans and Baylor fans and Auburn fans and fans of, I guess, anybody just trying to watch those games this weekend on pins and needles, trying to figure out if they're going to get that situation resolved.
Yeah, they got to get that fixed.
It'd be nice.
Somebody's being greedy here.
Oh,
don't know which side it is. Don't have any idea, but somebody is.
Probably both being greedy. If we're being honest, They're both trying to get a little more money out of the other side, and that's how these types of negotiations work. So you just hope it gets done. So, thousands, maybe millions of people aren't affected this weekend.
Oh, yeah, it'll be millions this weekend.
Yeah.
Millions and millions of people want to see college football.
For sure. By the way, the weather forecast for Columbus, Ohio for this Saturday, high temperature of 71 degrees, 0% chance of precipitation. So to me, that's perfect football weather. I know the old adage is, when you're playing in the frozen tundra and it's cold and snowy, that's football weather. Nah, to me, this is football weather because this is the type of weather football players want to actually play in.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
So that'll work. We won't be having that here, but they'll be having that up there. So, yeah, compared to what Texas has been practicing here in Austin, they're going to be perfectly fine dealing with those temperatures.
Goodness. Oh, is that going to feel good?
Yeah.
That is going to feel fantastic. Yeah, and there's no doubt about that. Someone asked if I was doing Lake Travis football. Yes, I will be doing Friday's game with Mark Honig. Yes, over at Lake Travis High. They have 3 home games, and then they're going to start doing some renovations to the stadium, which means the next bunch of home games will be played at Dripping Springs High School. So I'll be at Lake Travis for half the season, home games half the season over in Dripping Springs. So, yeah, they will play Arlington Martin. They like to play those out-of-league games, out-of-conference teams from somewhere far away. I mean, that's not that far away, but Arlington Martin up in the Metroplex up in that area will be their first one, and then off to the races the second game.
There you go. Wow, Lake Travis, some stadium renovations. Where'd they get the money for that? I didn't think they could.
We're talking about Lake Travis here.
That's the joke.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They
I thought that one was pretty out.
I don't know why people do. I don't know why they do that. They're going to up the seating when they don't pack the stadium as it is. I don't. It's just that somebody must have a bigger stadium somewhere.
Yeah, the arms race has hit high school football, right?
Oh,
I think
of course it has. It's just
it happens in college football. It happens in the NFL. Hell, for a while, you saw Texas and Texas A&M kind of going back and forth on who could have the bigger stadium. And it's like one side would renovate and beat the other, and then the other side would renovate so they could top them. And then finally, Texas is like, you know what? We're just going to build this south end zone. We're going to get the Longhorn logo that kind of looks like a uterus, and that's going to close off DKR, and that's it. Congrats, Aggies. If you want to claim a win against us, you don't get very many wins against us. You can brag about having a bigger capacity at Kyle Field, but we're done with these shenanigans.
Yeah, we're done playing builder block. We're not doing erector set deals anymore. We're done with all those games. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the great job that you do, to you and your families. You all be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, plenty to dive into this morning. We've got some sound from Texas players. We've got some sound from Ryan Day. Maybe the worst. You know what? I'm going to start here because it's pretty funny. We can start the show on a light note, and it's related to the Texas-Ohio State game coming up just 3 days from now. Ryan Day, the Buckeyes head coach, holds his press conferences on Tuesday. So, on Monday we heard from Sark and a number of different Longhorn players. Yesterday was when Ryan Day held his weekly game week press conference in Columbus. And we've got a couple of different cuts from the Ohio State head coach. But he was asked a question, and I'll give Ryan Day credit because he actually answered it very well. But I could not believe this was a legitimate question, Buck. And this was asked by a guy who's been covering Ohio State for a long time. I was thinking maybe this was like some bring your kid to work day kind of situation. Yeah. Or, hey, we'll let the local high school kid who wants to be a reporter in the future come to this presser and ask a question. Or, hey, fans can submit a question for the head coach this week. No. This was a real reporter who asked the question. So we'll play the question first, and then we will pause it, and then we'll play Ryan Day's actual answer. Here it is.
How much does him facing Peyton and Eli maybe help him as far as scouting and getting a game plan together for Arch?
Did you catch that?
Yeah. I think he was talking about the defensive coordinator.
Ryan Day. Yeah. Yeah, Ryan Day was asked if Matt Patricia coordinating defenses against Peyton and Eli Manning in the NFL decades ago would help them scout for Arch Manning in this game this weekend. What are we doing?
I know. I mean, really.
Like the uncles? Not even the father. If it was the father, it would be like, that's a little ridiculous. You're asking about scouting uncles who played not college football, but in a different league decades ago. You're asking if, you can watch film from those two guys to figure out what Arch Manning is going to look like this weekend.
I guess every advantage is some kind of advantage. He's thinking as a reporter to ask this question because he's thinking this is really kind of an off-the-cuff question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Somebody has to be the dumb one in the crowd. Might as well be me.
No one had to be that dumb, did they?
They didn't have to, but he decided, yes, I'm going to be.
Yeah, that wasn't a question like everyone wanted to know the answer to, so someone's got to sack up and ask it. That's one where you hear somebody start to ask it, and you just kind of look, and you're like, really? Like, we only have 30 minutes with the coach. You're going to ask that shit?
No, that's too much of a deep dive. Hey, hey, come up for air, dude. You're getting down too far.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that was actually asked. I was going through cutting this up yesterday, and I'm like, did I hear that right? Did someone really ask if scouting Peyton and Eli in the NFL 10, 15 years ago is going to help against Arch Manning this weekend? I don't know. To Ryan Day's credit, he actually answered the question. He didn't dunk on the reporter, and here's kind of what he said.
Well, I think you look at everything for sure. Sometimes we look at too much, but ultimately it comes down to what our guys can do, especially in week one. So we'll focus on that. Certainly I have the utmost respect for the Manning family, starting with Archie, the dad. I think he's just an unbelievable ambassador for the game, and Eli and Peyton. I can't say enough about who they are as, again, ambassadors of the game, gentlemen, and obviously great players. And so, and certainly Arch is a tremendous player as well. But really, that has nothing to do with this game and playing Texas. He's an excellent player, but those guys, they've stayed out of it for the most part because they want him to just write his own story. And I got a lot of respect for how they've handled that. And he's got a great future ahead of him, and he's a great player. So it's a great challenge for us. But again, this is more about our preparation and doing what we do well.
What a great answer for a head coach to come back with and not embarrass the guy for such a dumb question.
Yeah.
As he said, yeah, sometimes we go too deep. I'm like, yeah, dude, that's way too deep. That was a good answer.
Yeah, great answer. And that's one of those, like, it's the coach is still in a good mood, right? Coming off a national title. The season hasn't started yet. If this Texas-Ohio State game was in week 2 and Ohio State was somehow coming off of a week 1 loss and Ryan Day was pissed, then he's like, are you kidding me? Like, did you really just ask that question? But everyone's in a good mood because the season kicks off this weekend. And
yeah, he doesn't want to crap on a reporter first week of the season. He'll have plenty of times when he loses this game to crap on him because they're going to crap on him.
Yeah, that's true. They're going to want him fired. That's the goal, right? Is to see fire Ryan Day tweets ripped off by Buckeye fans. Yeah, and I love that. I love that. Ryan Day. Everybody knows Archie Manning's 3 sons. It's Peyton, it's Eli, and it's the dad. I loved that. I got a ton of respect. I got the utmost respect for the Manning family, starting with Archie and then the dad and then Eli and Peyton. I didn't realize Cooper's name was the dad there.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, but I heard that one yesterday, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Maybe the meat just too big.
Yeah,
nowadays.
That's
a couple more from Ryan Day talking about this game. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're coming off a national championship, as I said, and he just doesn't want to rock anybody's boat in week 1. He knows it's a long season. Their expectations are high. Their fans' expectations now that they've won a national championship, and some of the pressure's off of them. He understands what the pressure's like. If you just lose this game again, it's right back at him. Some people would be like, it would be, you know what? Okay, now you've got to pass for a couple of years. Not there. Not with that group of fans. It's crazy.
That guy is 70-10 as a head coach.
That's something, 70-10.
He's coming off of a national championship. For reference, and again, we're Steve Sarkisian fans. This is not the dunk on Coach Sark, but Steve Sarkisian lost 12 games in his first 2 years at Texas. Ryan Day has been the head coach in Columbus for 7 seasons, and he has lost a total of 10 games. I'll let you do the math and average it out.
Wow.
And the guy's been ridiculously good. And look, I get it. Losing to your rival 4 years in a row is not ideal. And
make that 5. Make that 5.
Yeah. If that's the case, there'll be Buckeye fans who are ticked. And look, if Texas were to somehow lose to OU 4 years in a row or A&M 4 years in a row, then there would be some folks unhappy with certain things. But to me, maybe this is just remembering what recent Texas football has been. Like, you tell me my head coach goes 70-10 in a 7-year run and wins a national championship and plays for a couple of others. Yeah, I'm not going to be asking for him to lose his job. Tell you that.
The whole time when he was asking and answering that question, I I was thinking of Coach Leach, what Mike Leach would do. I mean, it would be like, oh my God, he would have made that guy feel so small. And I don't think he would have done it maliciously. He would have just found he would have gone back to John Paul Jones, the pirate, or something. Yeah, I'd like to find his treasure chest too. I mean, he would have gone back to something like that and made that guy feel so bad, so small, without actually embarrassing him, without actually calling him an idiot. He would have made him feel like an idiot.
Yeah, I miss Mike Leach, man. Some of his viral press conference moments.
What do you think Mike Gundy would have done to that dude?
I don't know.
That ain't true.
I don't know. If he was in one of his moods, then he would have gone off on the quarter for sure. All right, more from Ryan Day. Some actual good questions were asked yesterday. Here's Ryan Day when being asked about defending Steve Sarkisian's offense, especially the opening script, right? That's obviously a big storyline in this matchup. You're looking at matchups between personnel and between coaches. You obviously have Steve Sarkisian, one of the best offensive minds in the sport, going up against Matt Patricia, who has been an NFL defensive coordinator. He's been an NFL head coach before. He has kind of been out of the game for a couple of years, and he's been out of the college game for a couple of decades. But here's Ryan Day talking about game planning to try to slow down Steve Sarkisian in the Texas offense.
I don't know. Steve's a great play caller, always has been. And, I'm sure he has his method for doing that. Usually, most guys who are, scripting games are trying to get the quarterback into a rhythm, so I'm sure they're going to want to do that with Arch. And then he's probably trying to identify what he's got out there, and different formations, different groupings, trying to ID what is going on in the field. And so it's usually a combination of those things. You want to move the ball, but you also want to get down the field and you want to score. And then also identify what's going on the field. What are you seeing? And I'm sure that'll be his plan. His scripts are very well known for having a lot of success. So, we got to do a great job of recognizing what they're trying to do and get him on the ground.
Yes, indeed. That's another good answer by Ryan Day. Trying to figure out what Sark's opening script's going to be like. And obviously the opening script is about getting down the field and scoring a touchdown, not kicking field goals, but finding ways to find a weak spot in that defense in series number 1. They'll figure out series number 2 as they go, but they want to find out who the weak link is and attack that person or that area of the field in that first drive. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. Do they pressure the quarterback? Do they come at Arch early? Do they come at him on obvious throwing downs? What will they do? Do they want to put their guys in man-to-man situations? They've got to feel pretty good about their secondary versus this wide receiver group, because there's a lot of production missing from the wide receiver group. So I would think that they feel pretty good about leaving some of their guys on an island early in this game. Where Texas does not feel as good as this Texas secondary is, you can't leave Jeremiah Smith on an island. That can't be.
No, that's I don't know if there are corners in the NFL who could cover that dude one-on-one.
Yeah, that's not smart football.
Is that good? Well, let me ask you from a Texas standpoint first. I mean, if you're Steve Sarkisian and you're coming up with an opening 10 to 15 play script, what are you trying to do? Are you focused on establishing the run? Are you focused on, maybe some short, quick passes to get Arch Manning in a rhythm? Are you taking a shot or two deep to try to test that Ohio State secondary? What's kind of your way to?
Yeah, I don't want an interception, so I'm not throwing the ball deep just for the sake of throwing it with a safety sitting in the middle, because, you're trying to get Arch going because you want to have him throw them bombs to them safeties. If I can find a good matchup where on the backside I've got a one-on-one, I've got the sideline, the defender, and my guy, I may take a shot there. I'm not throwing the ball in the middle of the field long, early.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to do that. I know it's high risk for completions when you throw those sideline routes, but I'd rather throw that than the post pattern where some guy is sitting back there with his eyes wide open waiting for you to do that. I mean, like I said, I'd like to find out what they're going to do with this tight end early. Is he going to be the key? I mean, he is. I think he's going to be a huge weapon for Arch in these get yourself going kind of situations, And I don't mean 5-yard dump offs. I mean 12 yards, 13 yards in the middle of the field, and finding zones where he can throw the ball. That's fine. I don't mind those kind of passes. I don't like throwing bombs just because, you got a big arm. I think there's times and situations for it. I'm not trying to loosen anybody up with a safety out there, Like I said, I'll take a high risk throw down the sideline first before I take one down the guts. And then I want to establish the run, but I'm not wasting time with the run game if I'm getting 1 point, whatever it is, a clip. If I get 3 or 4 yards on a carry on a first down run, I will run it again. I mean, I'm not afraid to. If my team has some success and my guys feel like, no, I don't care what they feel like. If they show me that they can get me, 4 or 5, 3, 4, 5, 6 yards on a first down carry, then I wouldn't be afraid to run it again. What I don't want is I don't want to get pushed into the backfield. No gain. It's now 2nd and 9 or 2nd and 10, and I want to try to run it again. I don't want to play that game either,
Well, okay. Talking about the opening script, how quickly do you change the opening script? Like, let's say you do run it really well on your first couple of carries. Do you scrap the next few passing plays that you have and keep running it again until they could stop you? Or do you go with, what you had worked on all week?
I run it till the cows walk across the field. That's what I do. If you don't stop it, there's no reason for me. I'll hold on to those passes somewhere down the line. No, if you're getting 4 and 5, and you've got a big run, I got to see the little spotted cow come across the field, Chick-fil-A, dude.
You're saying those Midwestern women are going to rush the field at some point because Texas is going to be running it so well?
Yeah, that's fine too. They'll have to come off and surrender because I'm going to keep on going. I'm going to keep the physicality against you until you start getting me to get to 1.1 yards a carry. But if I'm getting 4 BK on a couple runs early, I'm going to go, you know what? They can't stop. That guy right there can't hold up over there.
So screw the script and keep running it down their throat.
Yeah. Keep shoving it in their ass. Yeah. There you go.
That's your favorite thing to see on a football field, I believe.
Let me just say it. Just keep shoving it, brother. If you can't stop it, here it comes. Here's some more.
That's the glass half full look at things. What if Texas can't run the ball early? Like Steve Sarkisian's opening script, he's got 10 or 11 running plays called in Texas on their first 4 or 5 carries. They're getting 1 to 2 yards. At what point do you say, we got to throw this out the window and start stretching the field a little
where's
bit?
Jack Entry? Where's Entry's at? Let me get the ball down to him 7, 8, 9 yards down the field. Let him get going. Let my quarterback get into a little bit of rhythm, and then find a way to get the ball to Wingo. I mean, reverses, things like that. Some of the things that you found with him last year really can set up some stuff. They're going to do the same. They're going to want to try to run the ball first because they understand that Texas is not going to go one-on-one with Jeremiah Smith. They're not dumb. They're going to say, oh, this year they feel like they're pretty good. They'll have a pretty good pass rush at Texas. You're going to get your one-on-ones with Jeremiah Smith. Oh no. You're not going to be that dumb.
Right. Yeah.
I don't care if it's Manny Muhammad. I don't give a crap who it is back there in that secondary. Michael Taft, that guy doesn't get to be by himself at all.
No, I mean, they had the Thorpe Award winner last year, and they didn't leave Jahdae Barron on an island against Jeremiah Smith, right? I mean, they had a shell on him all game long, and it worked. 1 catch for 3 yards for Jeremiah Smith in that game. And,
they know they can't have that, BK. They know they can't have that either.
No, they can't because they don't have Emeka Egbuka, Travion Henderson, or Quinshon Judkins anymore. Now, It's Ohio State. They've got some really good players. Carnell Tate's a good receiver. Brandon Ennis is a good receiver. Their tight end is really good. I don't think Carnell Tate is Emeka Egbuka. I feel like Texas sees Carnell Tate often every year. So they don't have to do anything super special to slow him down. Jeremiah Smith is your game breaker. He's the one guy who can – I don't want to say the one guy, but he is a guy who can single-handedly win a football game. And if you don't contain him, especially early, then it could be a long day, right? You don't want to give Julian Sand confidence that, it's going to be one of those days for Jeremiah Smith, and I'll just throw him the ball, and he's going to come down with it because he looks good. You got to make sure if you're Texas on defense, it's like that's a key for all 4 quarters, but especially a key early on.
Yeah, as much as Sark loves his secondary and talks glowingly about those guys back there, they're not leaving anybody one-on-one with that guy. I mean, that's
No,
like suicide. That's nutty.
yeah, that's stupid. They didn't do it last year. Like if you're Texas, you try some of the things that worked in January, don't you?
Sure you do.
Like obviously Ohio State, they've got that film and they're going to try to adjust based on that. But if you're Texas, you don't try to reinvent the wheel when stopping Jeremiah Smith. You did better at that task than any other team in college football last season. So
absolutely
do some. And Ohio State had a really good quarterback who was experienced, who had seen a lot of different defenses in that game. They're trotting out a guy making his first career start. Like you, yeah.
Somebody else has to beat you in that game. That guy can't. That guy beats you, then that's dumb football.
Mm-hmm. Going back to Texas on offense, I would love to see them stretch the field early. It would be awesome. I mean, if you can connect on a deep shot, first 5-6 plays of the game, then all of a sudden you force Ohio State safeties to take a step back, maybe a couple of steps back, because they're so worried about getting beat over the top. And you know how demoralizing a 40, 50, 60-yard pass play, dim bombs, as you talk about, can be. If you hit on one of those early, you force those Ohio State DBs to, again, back off a little bit, then all of a sudden that gives you a lighter box, and that could open things up for your run game to get going. That'd be huge for Texas to pull off.
Yeah, I have a feeling I think they want to. I think they do want Arch to go ahead and drop back and try to do that type of thing. I don't think they want to play with a light box. I think they understand that they've got a pretty good Texas has a pretty good running back. They know they have a couple new linemen, but I think they'll be around the line of scrimmage because they definitely don't want that to be the way it goes, where they get where they're getting run on. Because they know if they stuff the run, what's going to happen. That ball is going down the field because Sark is not going to spend all day trying to get, 1.3, 1.4. He's not wasting his time. He's going to start throwing the ball, finding ways to get the ball down the field. So, but early, I think there'll be enough guys at the line of scrimmage. But that doesn't mean you can't run. That doesn't mean you shouldn't run. But then again, that doesn't mean you shouldn't pass. As you said, that doesn't mean you shouldn't pass either.
Yeah, if they're stacking the box early, then you gotta I keep studying Ohio State, and we'll talk to Griff about this in a little bit, and we're gonna have an Ohio State insider on the show tomorrow, and I want to get his thoughts to make sure I'm not off base with this. But Ohio State's nickel corner, their new starting nickel, is a guy by the name of Lorenzo Styles. He's a transfer from Notre Dame. And he actually started as a wide receiver at Notre Dame before flipping over to defense and then transferring to Ohio State. Buckeye fans seem worried about him. It's not just me like, well, this guy started as a receiver, so he must not be very good. No, Ohio State fans are a little bit nervous about what this guy is. Well, DeAndre Moore is your slot receiver at Texas. That guy's pretty good. And I think of one of the games that Arch Manning started last year against Mississippi State. Right. 4 catches, over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. Those guys connected on a couple of deep shots right there. Like, I am trying to see if I can get DeAndre Moore in a one-on-one situation with Lorenzo Styles early and seeing if there's something there down the field.
Yeah, I know. You've got to feel like as somebody that saw him early in the season last year when he had his success, but it seemed like so long ago.
He had 9 catches for 100 yards against Georgia in the SEC title game. Like, I know most of his struggles came in the second half of the year, but like against a really, really good team in a really, really big spot, that guy was Texas's best receiver. So, he's fully healthy now. Whatever was ailing him at the end of last year isn't ailing him anymore. Like, he's a confident kid. He talks about going for 1,200 yards and winning the Biletnikoff this year.
Sounds great.
I don't see it. But that'd be awesome. But like like Ohio State's 2 outside corners, I think, are pretty damn good. That slot corner, that's their biggest question, I think, in the entire secondary. So you get your slot. Hell, maybe you line Ryan Wingo in there on a play or two. It doesn't have to only be DeAndre Moore.
No, yeah, you can move him around.
But I think Moore is like that's the obvious fit right there for what Texas is going to try to do. And that's I think best case scenario, Buck, for Texas Caleb Downs is the do-it-all, all-American, future first-round pick safety. Everybody knows that guy is one of the best players in college football. He's a safety. If Lorenzo Styles at nickel is struggling, they might move Caleb Downs down to nickel to like stop the slot receiver from getting things going. And if that's the case, Texas can run him off coverage. He can't disguise as much of where he's going to be.
Absolutely.
He can't do all of the different things on the field that he normally does.
He makes a lot of tackles. He makes a lot of tackles too in the run game.
Sure. Yeah, if he's closer to the line, he'll be more of a factor in the run game. But also, like, if he's playing nickel, you kind of know what he's doing. Whereas he's just at safety, kind of lined up wherever in center field, you don't know exactly what he's doing on any given play. So if you could force Ohio State to, I don't want to say take Caleb Downs out of the game because he's still going to impact the game, but if you force them to force their hand and change up their defensive strategy, Ohio State's other safety and their backup safety, I don't know if those guys are really good. They're young, they're inexperienced, they're new starters. So that right there can be, if you could get your slot receiver going early, DeAndre Moore, then that could really impact what Ohio State wants to do defensively, and that could open some things up for this Texas offense.
Well, you also got to look at the Texas, this group has been together now a couple of years. It's not like this is a first-year system that the wide receivers, the guys who do have some experience have been in. And for Ohio State, now they've got a new defensive coordinator. They just ran one system last year. There's some different lingo, some different things that this whole group for them, if they got any weak links back there, they can't afford to have communications problem in game one against a Texas group that's been together for a while too. So, I mean, how risky is it for them to try some different things? I don't know. It's, they got new people. They got new coordinators. That's going to be big.
Yeah, that's an interesting element to this game. It's like Matt Patricia is obviously the new defensive coordinator, but Ohio State kept all of its defensive position coaches from last year.
Yeah. What are they going to run?
Right. So it's like, Matt Patricia hasn't been a defensive coordinator at any level since 2017, and he hasn't been a college coach in 20 years. So it's like, well, does he, is a Bill Belichick guy? Does he just take Bill Belichick principles that worked for him in New England and use that? Or is he like, yeah, what Jim Knowles did last year worked. This team just won a national championship. All of these other coaches were a part of that scheme, so they kind of know it. Do I just use that and hope it works? I don't know.
I got a feeling he leans more on that, on the success that they just got through. Having. I wouldn't go out if I haven't coached college in 20 years and I'm just back. What did they do last year to win a national championship? How did they look in the secondary? They look pretty dadgum good. So I'm going to lean more toward what the kids understand. It ain't about you.
Well, is that risky as a coach? I don't know anything about this. Like if you go away from your own tendency, like you've been coaching the game, and Matt Patricia's had success. I know he was a horrible head coach in Detroit, right, but like he had a lot of success as a defensive coordinator for a while. So it's like,
it's easy for him to change to what the kids are used to.
You think so?
I think so. I think it'll be easier than what they understand. And plus you got coaches that have some experience on that staff. It's not like they're freshmen or sophomores in college. They're football coaches that understand what they just did last year and how good it was. And they can relay that to him. And here's what we did, and then he can make some little nuances to what they're doing back there. But I wouldn't go with a full scale, do you know who I am kind of deal,
Mm. Yeah. I think it makes sense, right? The players, and obviously Ohio State has a lot of new players, but they've got.
It's about them being comfortable. It's not about that coach being comfortable,
Yeah, exactly. Like they know what works. They already know the scheme. I wonder about ego. I think what you think or what you just said makes sense and it's logical and rational. But yeah, does Matt Patricia's ego, like I was a head coach in the NFL, like I won Super Bowls, guys. Like we're running my shit. I know.
Who settles that? Coach Day, Ryan Day settles that with him.
He probably settled that in the interview, right? When he was talking.
There's no doubt about it. He's probably talked to him already about this is what we're going to do. Listen, I know you've had success. I know you've been with Bill Belichick, Super Bowl rings, all that other stuff. He goes, but we just won a national championship, and my kids need to understand exactly what they're doing. So I can't have you come in and bring in a bunch of new stuff and get them confused. Not in this game.
Not in this game. Yep. Not in this game. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Plenty more to talk about from this game. We've got some sound from the Texas players. We'll let you hear from Arch Manning. We'll let you hear from Ethan Burke, our guy. We'll let you hear from Manny Muhammad as we continue our countdown to kickoff just 3 days away from the Longhorns and the Buckeyes. But before we talk more Texas football, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to friends over at Sue Patrick. They've got the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and they have tons of Texas-themed gifts and items there, including books and a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. And they've got them in all sizes. They've got small, they got extra small, they got large, they got double, they got triple. Whatever you need, they've got them at Sue Patrick, believe me. And you're going to want to have a nice T-shirt once it's not after this week. You're going to want a nice tee, for the games here because it's still going to be warm out. And you're going to appreciate the great items that they have over at Sue Patrick's. And they offer free shipping on online orders over $59. And, of course, they'll get it to you quickly. They got free curbside pickup, plenty of parking spaces at 5222 Burnett Road. So go on over and say hello to Jay and the whole gang and get yourself a Jelly Cat. Jelly Cat, this store right here is the main location for the Jelly Cats, and they've got tons of Jelly Cats over there just for you at Sue Patrick's. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com. We will be there tomorrow, correct?
We'll be there tomorrow morning.
Yes, indeed. Can't wait to see the folks over there. I've got tons of stuff. It's time for me to pick up. Of course, I've got to send Longhorn gear out and about back to Pennsylvania. As they said, they'll see us in the national championship game. Penn Staters.
Penn State?
The Penn Staters.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna require James Franklin winning a big game. So when I see it. Shout out to Sue Patrick.
I will soften off Ryan Day for him.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Shout out to AV Consultations as well. College football really gets going tomorrow. Probably can't get your AV Consultations TV setup done by this weekend, but guess what? The NFL starts 1 week from tomorrow. If you make the call today, you might be able to get on the schedule and get your home TV setup done for the first full football weekend that we have in 2025. We made it. Football is back. There's no better time to make the call to Audiovisual Consultations to upgrade your home TV setup. Y'all know I've got the 4TV man cave in the other room. Bucky has the 85-inch screen. If you want one of those things, if you want a home theater room with a giant projection screen with a badass surround sound, AV Consultations can do that. Something for your patio. If you want to sit outside this fall and enjoy some Texas football, AV Consultations can do that. You see what I'm saying here. TVs, speakers, it's all there. And don't just buy TVs and then call AV Consultations. No, call them first. They will bring everything to you. They get better prices than you do because they buy in bulk. They'll install everything. It's going to look great. It's going to work great. And if something ever messes up, they're going to be there to help you fix it. They're the best in the business, and it's why they've been in business for 37 years. Give them a call, 512-255-8678. Or find them online at avconsultations.com.
And folks, our good friends over at Daymaker, Half Day Cafe. Time to get your breakfast. Time to get a little drink on if you must. If you must get it cranked up, if that's how you get it cranked up early in the morning, head on over to Daymakers. They've got a wonderful, wonderful breakfast over there. And they go all the way till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They don't have dinner. They're serving from 7 a.m. to 3. And if you want a burger early in the morning, that's up to you. A lot of folks like to have a 7 a.m. burger or 7:30 burger in the morning. They've got just that for you, but they got biscuits and gravy, steak fare, waffles, bread pudding, French toast. That sounds good. I've never tried. That sounds like a good one right there. They got a wonderful bar right there to sit right there for you for seating of about 14. Plenty of spaces there, plenty of parking there. Located right at Mopac, the old IHOP, right beside Salt Traders, one of Jack Gilmore's spots right there. They've made it into a wonderful, wonderful breakfast and lunch cafe. You need to go by there and try out some of the great specials that they have. You'll like the pricing there. But what you really will like is you will like the hospitality and the taste of the food. Really, I got to get that big old honey bun that's the size of a plate. Got to have a knife and a fork to eat that. That's one of those that I have to sneak over to have with a nice cup of coffee. But if you want wonderful coffee, they've got that there too. But they also have mimosas, and you get your drink on, go ahead at Daymaker. I love the place. I've gone over there twice now, BK, and I love going over there. It's really a comfortable spot. And as I said, there's plenty of parking over there. That's another one of those places that you don't have to look around for a parking spot. They've got it in front and in the back there.
Boom.
Daymakers Half Day Cafe.
Shout out to them, and a quick shout out to centextickets.com as well. If you're looking for last-minute tickets to the shoe, head over to centextickets.com, and how about a 10% discount? I don't know anybody else who's doing this. 10% off any ticket purchase at centextickets.com. All you have to do is type in the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. That's exclusive to TSU listeners. You type that in, CENTEX10, you're going to get 10% off your Texas Ohio State tickets or any Longhorn tickets this year for the Homo next weekend, for any game, home or away, and Cowboys tickets, Texans tickets. Your one-stop shop for football tickets all season long is centextickets.com.
Yeah, for sure. And for our good friends at St. Jude's, I'm looking forward to the event in September, and please go get yourself checked. I'm going today. I've got a urology appointment to make sure that everything's going at hitting 70. I want to make sure that if I have to have a biopsy or whatever, we're going to check it all today. We're going to check it all today, BK, again. But
no.
Folks,
Dr. Jellyfinger is in session.
Oh yeah. Charlie Strong and his long finger about to have me again. So let's get checked up, guys and gals. If you got mammograms and all these things that you've been trying to put off, I know the season is starting this Saturday, but it doesn't matter when the season comes. If you're feeling something and you're feeling a little bit different, a little bit more tired, you've got pains in certain spots, go get checked up. There's no reason to say, well, it's football season. No, your life is important for you and for those around you. So get yourself checked up. Don't delay that. There's no reason to delay that at all.
Yeah, and the St. Jude Walk coming up in a month, September 27th. The Buck will be emceeing the event. I will be there. Texas Sports Unfiltered will have a team. Would love for y'all to sign up. There's actually more information. If you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook, you can click the link that's in the video description. You can donate to our team, but also you could sign up to be a part of the walk. Maybe you can create your own team as well. But again, September 27th, it's a Saturday, and it's an off day. No Longhorn game that day, and the walk is in the morning. So, like, you could do the walk and then go watch the other college football that day. But, yeah, hope to see all of you people out there 1 month from now. And prayers to you, Buck. Good luck today. And hell, take the Buck's advice. I went and got a physical a couple weeks ago.
Nice.
Always good to get checked up.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
All right.
It's important. It's important to, as I said, it's important not just to you. It's important to the people around you, because if something goes wrong with you, everybody around you will suffer for it. So take care of yourself, for not just yourself. Don't be selfish. Take care of it. If you got kids, you got relatives, you got mom or dad. How's your mom and dad doing, by the way? I need to ask that. How's Mark doing? Everybody doing good?
Yeah, they're actually in town for a couple of days, so I think I'm going to get to see them today.
I'm sure your mom has had him checked up. Make sure that he's had his checkups.
My mom probably drags my dad by the ear to the doctor's office. To go.
Hell yeah, man. I know it. I hear about it. Every time I go down these steps, I hear about something else that I got to get checked. Oh, did you do that? Oh, you forgot this part. I already had. How about this? Would you like for me to go to the urologist with you today? How about that? I'm like, what are you? No, you're not my mom. You don't need to go and ask questions and sit there in the room where I am with him. No, that's not going to happen.
What if she holds it the whole time?
That's different. That could be different. That could be a new thing.
He's doing the check instead of the urologist,
I don't think he's going to like the outcome of that. Being in there for that. But no, my wife is actually if I said, hey, listen, why don't you come along? She would actually go there with me, because she would have some of the craziest questions, because they all play doctor, they know a lot more than we know, and they're going to ask a lot more questions, because I'm not asking any questions. That I'm just going there and saying this and that, and then I'm out. I'm not asking too many questions. No, I want out. And then I'm in there. I want out of there.
Well, when someone's got his finger up your ass, I understand why.
Oh, God.
After something like that happens, I don't think you want to stick around and chat for a while. That's one of those I've been
No, no,
violated.
no. We get to know each other too well.
Yeah, all too well. All
Yes.
right. Howard Griffith from the Big Ten Network is going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll talk, obviously, plenty of Texas, Ohio State with him, and we'll go around the Big Ten. I'll talk about Penn State and Oregon and some of the other top teams in that conference. But, Buck, let's play some more sound from the Texas players. How about Arch Manning? We also have some prop bets for Arch Manning this weekend. So I'm going to ask you a few over-unders here in a second for what you think Arch is going to do in his first start of the 2025 season. But we'll let you hear from QB1 first. Starting with this, Arch Manning was asked how he's feeling about the Texas offense going into this Week 1 challenge against the Buckeyes.
Yeah, I feel good. I feel like we're in a good spot. I feel like we're starting to catch a stride these past, week and a half of camp, and we're fired up to finally play someone else besides our defense.
Yeah, that defense been knocking him around all summer long. They've had enough of those guys. Yeah, he said we finally caught our stride. It sounds like the defense does what the defense does at camp. They get the best of you until the offensive head coach says, hey, that's enough of that, you guys. Let my guys have a little bit of success. Okay, coach, go ahead. Here's a completion. They're feeling good about themselves right now. Plus, like I said, they're going against one of the better defenses every stinking day. They want to feel like they may feel like it's a break in this game on Saturday.
Yeah, that's well said. Like, Ohio State's defense is elite, and it's going to be a tough challenge. But the good news is Texas has been facing tough challenges every single day at practice for the last month, as the Longhorns have an elite defense as well. So, obviously a game is different than a practice, but, man, iron sharpens iron. And I think the Texas defense being as good as it is has helped this offense get a lot better. And I think it'll have Texas more prepared because there won't be some major step up in talents compared to what they've seen in the last few weeks of practice. So it helps. And Michael Taft talked about this a little bit on Monday as well. He was asked how Arch is coming along and how the offense is coming along. And, Michael Taft and Arch Manning are boys. So, of course, Michael Taft, he's not going to dunk on any of his teammates, let alone one of his best friends on the team. But he's like, no, Arch knows what he's doing. Like, there are times where we get to him, but there's also times where he just he looks us off. Like he goes through his reads. He takes off and runs. So it sounds like, again, no one's going to bash their own teammates, but it sounds like Arch Manning and this offense collectively have really picked things up and figured it out. And like you said, early on in camp, it felt like the defense was winning every single day. Sounds like the offense has been holding its own the closer and closer we've gotten to Week 1.
Yeah, it just happens. It happens all over the country that the defense they win the summertime battle, and they generally win the spring battle. But summertime battle is all set up for the offensive coach so that his offensive team has some success because they have to feel good about themselves too because being a team game. But the defense is just they run around, they talk about, oh no, I would have sacked the quarterback. I had you. The quarterback says, no, you weren't even close. It's just a battle all summer until you start playing against somebody else. That gets old where you're Anthony Hill and you've said, oh, I've got the quarterback. He would have been mine. And the quarterback looks at you like, oh no, I would have slipped that tackle right there. So now you get to do it for real. The quarterback on the other side gets to go down to the ground. That's the fun part. This game will be exciting. It'll be exciting for the players because they're going to be at such a fever pitch after playing tag all summer long,
Yeah, I think we kind of saw what you're talking about from Colin Simmons. Like last week when Ohio State announced that Julian Sand was going to be their starter, Colin took to Instagram and posted a picture of Julian Sand. He didn't have a caption thing. He just posted a picture, and then he got asked about that on Monday. He's like, what? I'm happy for him. I'm glad he got the starting gig, and he's the quarterback.
I've been seeing Arch Manning for, it seems like, months now. I get to see another face back there holding the ball in his hands.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, that's the guy I get the sack. So it's great. And Colin Simmons never lacking for confidence there. But, yeah, I'm sure hot days, you just get tired of seeing the same guys every day, and you get tired of not being able to play actual football when you're supposed to be playing actual football. So,
wow, Jason says, BK, he does the records his doctor's conversation so he can report back to his wife.
Go.
What if I start moaning? I can't do that. I can't record record that.
Start moaning during what?
If something happens where Moon
What would
River.
cause you to do
I can't have anything taped.
Are you talking about the finger? Like that's going to get you
surprise.
moaning?
Oh, surprise.
Oh, well, then you just unlocked a new bag of tricks in the bedroom, it sounds like. More fun for you guys.
Boy. Oh,
hey,
God.
some people are into that kind of stuff, to each their own. We don't
Yeah,
care.
man, hell yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Never.
Hell
So,
yeah.
hey, maybe you'll find out that's you, and you can take that home with you.
No, I
guess.
can't take that on my phone. I can't have that tape.
Yeah, I don't know. That should be legal. I don't know if it is, but that type of stuff should be legal. Be able to record your doctor's appointment so you know.
Well, so you report back to your wife. Just put it right there and say, so she can say, "Did you really ask him that question?" I mean,
all right.
It's going to be one of those. It's never going to be. That's a really good question to ask him. No, it's always going to be. I would have never asked that question.
Hey, guys, just probably do that as proof that they went.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you got to have proof.
I have proof that you went.
As soon as I hear your doctor's voice, they just turn it off and say, "That's it. It's over."
That's it. That's all I needed to hear. Oh, man. All right. More from Arch Manning here. What about the Ohio State defense? Here's Arch talking about the strengths of this Buckeye group that he'll be seeing 3 days from now.
They got really good players. They're well coached. They've got a bunch of guys that play a lot of football. Caleb Downs, I can't say enough good things about him. He's a really good player, and we're going to have to bring our A game.
He's good. There's a lot. They got a lot of good players.
They're two best. Their back seven is the strength of their defense, but it's really 2.5 guys. I think it's 2 guys. They're 2 defensive captains. Caleb Downs is one of them. That's a guy that everybody knows. And with good reason. I mean, you're seeing all of these preseason lists of the best players in college football, and most of them have Caleb Downs in the top 2 behind only his teammate, Jeremiah Smith. Now, I did see one a couple of days ago that had Anthony Hill number 2 and Caleb Downs number 3, but think about how good Anthony Hill is and how much he means to this Longhorn defense. That's Caleb Downs for Ohio State, maybe, and then some. That guy is the real freaking deal. And also Sonny Styles. I know Arch didn't mention him, but Sonny Styles, the linebacker who wears number 6, one of the starters, one of the best players on the Buckeyes defense last year. He's back for his senior season. A guy who could have gone pro, but decided to run it back in Columbus for one more year. 6'4", 235. He can move. Those 2 guys, number 6 and number 2, they're game wreckers right there. And they're going to be all over the place. And, I don't know if you could come up with a game plan to take them out of the game, but you would like to avoid going their direction as often as you can because they're really freaking good.
That Styles kid can drop too. I mean, he's got really great feet. I don't know how you attack him. I guess you make him do a lot of tackling inside,
He's pretty good at that.
And he will.
Yeah, he was second on the team in tackles last year. He's their leading returning tackler. Cody Simon, who was their other starting linebacker, is off in the NFL. But 100 tackles last season, 6 sacks, 4.5 TFLs. He's probably going to put up bigger numbers than that this season. So he's a stud. I mean, it's Ohio State. This shouldn't come as a surprise that we're telling you that they've got some really freaking good players. But those are the top 2. I think those guys will actually speak today. I think Ryan Day makes his captains available on Wednesdays. So maybe we'll get some sound from those 2 cats today to have for tomorrow's show. But, those guys right there. Obviously, Arch talked about Caleb Downs. And Arch doesn't say a whole lot. So when he singles you out, when he goes out of his way to, add 3 or 4 seconds to an answer, he usually only talks for 6-7 seconds at a time.
He will know where that dude is at all times on the field.
Yeah, that's, pre-snap. And that's the tough thing about Caleb Downs. It's one of the things that makes him so good is he could show you one thing before the ball is snapped, but he's good enough right after the ball is snapped to basically be on the opposite side of the field.
Oh, absolutely.
He looks like there's 2 of them on the field. That's how involved he is with what they do.
He's their Makuba. I mean, he just knows where to be. He understands the game. He understands the angles. I mean, if he comes out of coverage and he comes on the line of scrimmage and decides he's going to be a rusher, he understands that it's going to be hard for running backs to handle him. He's a physical dude.
I love Andrew Makuba. This guy's a lot better than Andrew Makuba. That's how good he is. Think about how good Makuba was, and he was the second-round pick by the Eagles, who obviously know what they're doing. Caleb Downs is just on another level. So, just don't let that dude ruin your day, please. No. One more from Arch Manning. I thought this was the coolest thing that he said on Monday, and maybe the coolest thing that he said in his entire Texas career. He was asked, I can't remember if I left the question in here, so just in case I didn't, I'll set it up. But he was asked if, he feels like Texas has a big target on its back. Preseason #1 team in America, after all. Here's Arch when responding to that question.
I think that's all of us at Texas, and I think we kind of try to shift the narrative. We're going for everyone else. Target's not on our back. We have the red dot on everyone else.
Yeah, I've been waiting for years and years for that to happen with a coach or somebody else, that no matter what Texas does, it's always, we've got target on our back. I said, no, it's now time for them to say, yeah, we're pretty good and we're about to kick your ass. You're about to find out how good we are. It's always that, oh, you're going to get your best shot. Every time Texas plays somebody, we're going to give them the best shot. It doesn't matter who we play against. They're going to give Texas the best shot. And it's always, to me, it's like, the answer ought to be, you can give the best shot you can, but we're about to thump you right in the head. You're about to get it back. You're not looking for us. We're looking for you. We now are the aggressors here. And I got a feeling that's what this program is all about now, that they have become the aggressor with the way they win on the road, the way they win at home, just the way they win the games. It's count out the other way around. Teams will try to give their best. Their best doesn't last very long against Texas now. So, and especially these teams that aren't the Ohio States of the world. It's the Floridas of the world, the Mississippi States of the world. That all of a sudden, Arkansas, oh, we're going to rise up. It's like, no, you're not. You're going to get beat down, and you're not the one hunting us. We're hunting you. I like that. I like that answer. That's a great answer. Been waiting for I haven't heard anybody. It's been a long time since you heard that kind of statement.
Yeah, agreed. It's a mic drop moment from Arch Manning, honestly. And it's confident, but it's not bulletin board material. It's not stupid.
No,
it's not rad. It's just, and this weekend in particular, like there are some weekends where it's going to be tough for Texas to act like the hunter, like against San Jose State and UTEP. It's like,
right.
But Texas is the underdog in this game. They're on the road in this game. They lost to this team the last time they played them in the last football game they played.
He's the national champions.
They're the national champs. They're going to be hanging a banner right in front of you that you feel like should be yours. Like, I get it, Texas is #1, but like in this game, you're the hunter. You ain't the hunted. Yes. You want what they have. So you got to have the red dot on them. I love that mindset this weekend. I hope that mindset permeates throughout this team, throughout the entire season. But yeah, that was, Arch doesn't talk a lot, but that was a big-time quote right there. I want them printing that out, Buck, and hanging it up in the locker room. We don't have a target on our back. We've got the red dot on everyone else. Like, it's that good of a quote. It should be. I don't care if, like, not Arch said it. It's not just because he's Arch. Anybody who says something like that should be the slogan of this team this year.
Yeah, it's just been hard for Texas. It's just they never want to be the flamboyant group. They just always have been just kind of the, we're Texas, we're going to get everybody's best shot. And then it gets sick of hearing, oh, we're going to get everybody's best shot. How about if we're going to give you our best shot? By the way, your best shot won't be good enough. Our best shot, you're going to get annihilated. I mean, I've always waited to hear that from somebody. This is the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah, it's well done.
Coach or player.
We'll dive back into this, Buck. Howard Griffith from the Big Ten Network is going to join us in a moment. But before he does, let's make sure we get a few sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our friends, of course, over at the League Kitchen and Tavern. Every day at the League Kitchen and Tavern, happy hour from 3 to 6. The League Kitchen and Tavern, chef-inspired comfort food for the heart and the soul, made from scratch each and every day there. Pulled pork sliders, teriyaki, glazed pork chops, Cobb salad, all day breakfast. And as I said, happy hour, weekdays from 3 to 6. With you get money off a glass of wine, $2 off a glass of wine, $1 off of beers, $1 off of cocktails there at the League Kitchen and Tavern. They got 4 great locations: Lakeway, Belterra, Bee Cave, and Avery Ranch. Love the League Kitchen and Tavern. I love that Cobb salad at the League Kitchen and Tavern.
It's delicious. Love the League Kitchen and Tavern. Also love McCall Custom Homes. If you're looking to upgrade your home, maybe remodel a kitchen, maybe renovate a bathroom, maybe you want to add some life to your new outdoor space. At some point, the weather's going to cool down around here, and you're going to want to be spending some time outside. McCall Custom Homes can give you the patio that you have always dreamed about. They have been elevating Central Texas homes for 40 years. It's a father-son team with 4 decades of experience, and all of that experience has been right here in the Austin area, so they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. Don't just take our word for it. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've got tons of 5-star reviews online. Actually, you can take Bucky and Rodney's word for it because they've both had McCall Custom Homes out to their homes to get work done. These guys are the best. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly. Big Longhorn fan. You can just talk Texas football with him too. 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. All right, Buck. Usually I introduce the guest, but I always like you introducing this next guest because this is a guy you've known for a long time. So I'll let you tell the people who's joining us here this morning.
Like a son to me, like an old son now, like an old ass son he is. He is a part of the Big Ten Network, played for me at the University of Illinois, 2-time Super Bowl champ, author, graduate of the University of Illinois, graduate. How about that? I mean, are we looking? When are we getting to the Hall of Fame? I'm looking, Griff. I mean, your record still stands, does it not?
It does. It does.
It still stands, and that's a record that is going to be hard to break. And you also broke Jim Brown's record, of course, in doing that. That ought to get you into the College Football Hall of Fame. Have we heard from them yet?
Hey, Buck, keep me out of that. I'm going to
I'm
going to sit
I know you're in the Chicago Hall of Fame. I know you're in the Illinois Hall of Fame, but we're talking about the College Football Hall of Fame.
Listen, it's some special guys in there. I don't know if my career actually matches up to some of the backs that are in there right now and some of the guys that are coming up. I'd say that, Buck, honestly.
But if they do that would be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I would not shy away. I welcome.
I'm curious.
Been to one of those. I've been to those with one guy, and that guy is crazy. So,
but he was an unbelievable football player. Tell you that.
Yeah, he was pretty good. He was pretty good. Griff, your travels around the Big Ten. You made your caravan to all the schools, and Texas, Ohio State. What a way to start the college football season out with these 2 powerhouses going at it in game 1. And I like game 1. There are others that, for both sides would probably like to be playing each other in game 3, but I like this the way that the season is starting out.
Yeah, and quite frankly, because of the 12-team playoff right now, these are games that, not only fan bases, but coaches are not necessarily shying away from, because they do know that if they lose this game, that doesn't mean that they're going to be out of it. Nobody wants to lose the opener. Everyone wants to go win it. But when you have marquee matchups like this, and you think about this game, I know you guys obviously are following Texas really close. This is a roster that is loaded. You think about just last year when they played 26, I believe, NFL draft picks between the 2 teams. So this is a team that is still, 2 teams that are still loaded with talent, which also have similar storylines when you talk about the quarterbacks in this game as well.
Definitely. Yeah, Griff, I want to get your thoughts on one of those actually both of those quarterbacks, but starting with Ohio State, obviously Julian Sand was in a quarterback competition for most of the offseason. Ryan Day named him the starter last week, but what do you see from him? And I know you watched Arch Manning play in a couple of games last year. I know you've done a lot of prep for this matchup. What do you think from both of these signal callers in this matchup this weekend?
Well, if we start with Ohio State, they've gone and made their decision, and Sand is a guy who can push the ball vertically down the field. When you start to think about who Ohio State is right now, with the athletes that they have out at wide receiver, with Cornell Tate, that's really got to have a big year. I believe everyone knows about Jeremiah Smith. He's next level type of guy, but he also has to have some guys that are going to come along and help him. I'll tell you a matchup that we talked about this a little bit last year. The tight end matchup is going to be huge again in this one. And you talk about a safety blanket for Sands, that's what it's going to be, the tight end. Unbelievable player that came over from Purdue. But then you think about all the pressure that's going to be on him to go out and, have that type of success. It's going to be huge for him in this type of game because this Ohio State fan base, I remind people, for the last couple of weeks, they were ready to run C.J. Stroud out of town after his first start. There were a lot of Justin Fields was the same way. So it's the expectations to come out and play well. Day one is going to be huge. But I think he's the type of player that if he uses the players that are around him, if Brian Hartline, who's the new offensive coordinator, this is the second stint as offensive coordinator. He had that title 2 years ago, and Ryan Day kind of took over the play calling through the middle of the season, well, really before the middle of the season. So, he's a wide receiver coach, an unbelievable recruiter. He's going to want to push the ball down the field. And this is also an offensive line that's really got to be able to protect him. But I like the quarterback position at Ohio State and the direction they're going in. It's just a matter of them being able to really get comfortable with who he is and what the expectations are. Texas and Arch Manning, I mean, you talk about a guy that's a pro right now, right? That's the way he handles himself by all accounts. You read about him, you watch him. He's a guy who doesn't get caught up in the hype of the recruitment or the Manning name, so that's going to be big. And he has some experience playing in these types of games. So to know that he's been around it and understands it, it gives the edge a little bit, I would think, to Texas because he's been in this situation. I think the fact that he's going on the road is a big plus for him as well.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's nothing like getting away from your fans, trying to overdo it, trying to be a hero in game one when you just get on the road and let the guys around you help you out to win a game on the road. This team has won an awful lot of games on the road, Griff. They've got some big wins on the road, and they're used to winning on the road. When you play, I mean, there's nothing about this shoe that's going to be scary for any of these players. Yeah. They've been in big time games. You used to go to the shoe and win. We never lose at the shoe. We never lose at the shoe. That place doesn't intimidate you at all. Now, Michigan may be different, but the shoe doesn't scare you.
Yeah, I don't think those Texas players. I mean, this is the reality. I mean, you go to Texas, you go to Ohio State to play in these type of games, whether they're at home, on the road, or a neutral venue. These players have had the type of pressure on them their entire careers because you're talking about a bunch of 4 and 5 stars that are running out there, sprinkled in with some 3-star guys that were under-recruited or have developed late. So they're not going to be afraid of the opportunity that's in front of them. But I tell you what, though, the team that comes out victorious in this one kind of gives them a lot. They start to really feel good about where they are. Coaches always talk about gauging where their teams are and having a good early test to get an idea. Both teams, win or lose, is going to have a great idea of where they are and the things that they need to correct moving forward.
Griff, let me ask you about BK and I just got through talking about Matt Patricia coming in as the defensive coordinator. They lose both of their coordinators. That is an advantage. That's advantage for Texas. Do you see? I mean, when you were there, are they going to do some similar things that they did with Coach Knowles? I mean, they were pretty successful in their defense last year. Why would they then go change and the lingo change? You got all the assistant coaches back. Why would you then? Because you're with Bill Belichick, are you going to try to overexert yourself into the program? Or is Ryan Day, from the day that he gave him that job, say, oh, no, here's what we're going to do?
Yeah, I think it's going to be more of the, oh, no, these are the types of things we're going to do. You think about the NFL game right now, it's all about matchups. It's putting players in position to match up and be able to take advantage. So when you start to look at the game that way, to me, that's where Matt Patricia really can take guys to the next level, really putting in a position to have. So, the scheme is going to be there. The lingo is going to maybe change slightly, but it's going to be really what they have been doing in the past with some subtle changes. Because when you start to look at a guy like Caleb Downs, who, man, is arguably one of the best football players in all of the country, at least in the top 5, this guy, how does he elevate? Well, he elevates by putting him down in the box, moving him outside, moving him around to create those matchups that they want. Texas will be doing the same thing. And I think when you start to look at it that way, Matt Patricia might be the perfect, person for them to be able to take that next step. But I'm going to tell you, watching him coach, you would have thought this was his first, second, third year of ever being in coaching. Just the enthusiasm that he had, the way he was interacting with players. To me, that's what I watch a lot. So much of the players, I watch a lot of that, but I want to watch how the coaches are coaching. What's the interaction like? Are they coaching every play, or are they saying, oh, well, we'll just wait till we get to tape? To me, the best coaches coach every play, and they get in, get them the information, and move on. They don't wait to say, hey, we're going to look at this on tape and then correct. They correct on the field. And now with this day and age where you're able to have unlimited coaches, if you have unlimited resources, and both of these programs have resources, I think one of the things, I tell you this, was really fascinating to watch Ohio State. They've got a center coach, a guard coach, and a tackle coach. And then they've got their main guy, right? So each one of those guys are getting coached. And this is the way I think college football needs to go if you have the ability to do that. Because for one person has been able to coach the offensive line for many years. But if you have two guys or three guys, I think you can get that much more done. And also, I think when you start talking about the 8th, 9th, 10th player on that roster playing in the offensive line, they start to feel pretty good about themselves because they're getting coached as well. Because it's not just a position coach, but everyone's giving them that feedback that they need. And in this day and age right now where guys can leave for greener pastures, so they believe, I don't think guys ever want to leave. I think they choose a school because they believe it's a good fit in where they want to be. I think the problem becomes how is he being developed? How is he or she being developed? And the more coaches that you can have, then they feel like I'm going to be a part of this, is the type of coaching staff that you need to have. Because the reality is this, guys, and we saw this with both programs. If you're going to try to make a deep run into this playoffs, you better be deep at every position. That means you need to get guys ready week 1, not week 5, 6, or 7. These guys need to get ready week 1 to start getting prepared for that long run to try to win a championship.
Yeah, that's incredibly well said. Howard Griffith of the Big Ten Network joining us here on Bucky and BK. Yeah, the game has changed a little bit. Y'all didn't have as many assistant coaches back then as they do now. But, Griff, I always love asking running backs about the running back position. Yeah. And Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, I mean, those guys became household names. 2 day 2 draft picks in the NFL. Those guys were monsters. They're off to the league. You've got James Peoples taking over. You've got C.J. Donaldson coming in from West Virginia. With what you've seen and heard about the Buckeye backfield, how you feeling about those two guys replacing the two that they're replacing?
Yeah, I like both of these guys. I think there are particular Peoples. I think he's going to be a huge help for them this year. And they're losing a lot of production, not just in special teams and on the offensive side, but also in the passing game. Both guys are really heavily involved last year, and I expect that to continue. When you start to look at who they've chosen to be the quarterback, and they've got to be able to catch the ball out of the backfield, because that becomes about matchups. So you have to be able to put these guys in position where not only they're going to be able to pass protect, because I don't know if you guys know this, but Texas is pretty good. That defensive front is going to get after you. So they're going to need guys that are adept in pass protection, and they're going to need some help every now and then. That's just the reality of this game. If you find an offensive lineman, particularly interior guy, that can block a 3 technique or a 1 technique, be single on that, that defensive player probably shouldn't be out there. At least he should not be at Texas or Ohio State. They should demand double teams, and I expect that's what's going to happen, which means that starts to free somebody else up. So the backs are going to have to chip and be slow to go. And the reality is, if you're a running back in this Ohio State system with the wide receivers that they have outside and then tight ends, you shouldn't be in a hurry to get out of the backfield and run a route, because you're probably 5th on the list, if not lower, if on the list at all. So it has to be about protecting the quarterback, giving them as much time as they can to push the ball down the field.
Griff, you and I talked the other day about the kid that Texas, the interior defensive lineman they're getting from Purdue, and you told me that he's pretty good. That's not just getting somebody to put up for numbers. That's a young guy. I think it was on second team in the Big Ten, but was at a Purdue program, and the Purdue program is really, really struggling right now, and guys couldn't wait to get out of there. But Texas is getting a pretty good player.
They really are. And I think one of the things that happens, and we're going to watch this with a couple of Purdue transfers. You got their safety went to Oregon and tight end went to Ohio State, that you're going to see those guys really take off. And I think their production, because of the pieces that are around them. And it's kind of hard when you talk about, okay, you're the focal part of the D-line or you're the focal part of the passing game. People can game plan for that. But I think when they're playing around really good players and elite players as well, they're able to raise their level of play too. And I think he's going to be a guy, again, is really going to be able to help this Texas team. Because, again, when you start to look at what that front seven can do and the pressure that they can provide and what they have on the back end, there are going to be some one-on-one matchups in third down situations, and the offense can't always be right. So there are going to be plays that are out there that are expected to be made. So now it's not one of those situations where, oh, well, that was a great move, you should have done this. Well, if we got a double team over here and we get that matchup, you're expected to win some of those individual matchups. You have to win those in these types of games, or the elite teams. That's what they do. When an offense makes a mistake or a defense makes a mistake, as far as scheme is concerned, those players are able to take advantage of it, particularly when you have a scheme that's set up to be successful.
Griff, the AP voters have this as 1 versus 3. The coaches have this as 1 versus 2. It feels like Ohio State and Penn State. No one's quite sure who's better. Want to get your thought. Yeah. I mean, is Ohio State the best team in the Big Ten this year? Or do you think this could finally be the year that the Nittany Lions get over the hump?
I mean, if Drew Aller plays at a first-round level that he's so capable of doing, that he has the talent to do, if the wide receivers that they've gotten in the portal can raise their level as well, this becomes a really tough team. Defensively, I think they're going to be right there. But I think you look at Penn State, you look at Ohio State, Oregon, although they're replacing the quarterback, I think those teams, when you talk about talent, just pure talent, roster from top to bottom, Penn State is right there with them. And this is a Penn State team that's been chasing the Ohio States and the elite programs as far as talent has been concerned since James Franklin's been there. I think we feel like he's there now, because when you look at Ohio State, you look at Michigan, the two teams that won championships, that was a veteran-laden team. Penn State feels like they have those veterans that are there, guys that decided to come back and take another run for whatever reason, whether they wanted to elevate their draft stock, or they felt like they had unfinished business there. This is a team that's there, and they're not shying away from it. Neither is James Franklin. This is going to be one of those seasons where, they have said openly, we should win a championship. We expect to win a championship. But there are going to be some other teams, and we didn't even talk about Michigan, that I think is going to have an opportunity to really fight for that Big Ten championship along with Illinois. So there are going to be a lot of teams out there, but to get back to your question, Penn State, all the expectations are there. They've never been higher. I think the last time they were this high is Kerry Collins and Kajana Carter were in the backfield for Penn State. So that's been quite a while. So now they feel like they're in that position and everything's in place for them to go out and win a championship.
Griffith, why are those two running backs coming back to college? That's I don't know how much money they make. I know the price they must pay to have those two guys on their football team. Their NIL deals must be outstanding, because there is no reason for those two dudes to come back, with the exception of somebody talked them into winning a national championship, and that's how important it is to them. Because I can't think of any other reason for them to come back. They're not going to get better there. I mean, their likelihood of somebody banging into them at practice or falling off the bus, getting out of the bus, going to a game or something, that's crazy. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard of. But they are too talented. That's the most talented backfield in college football. It may be the most talented backfield in football, period.
Yeah, I'd say there'd be a couple teams that would have an argument with that. I mean, even in our conference, I think Michigan might have an argument with that, with Underwood under center. They've got two tailbacks that I think are really dynamic and really quick too. So there's some people out there that would argue with you on that, but that's what this is all about. I think when you look at why they came back, I think they wanted to elevate their draft stock. I think in the day and age now, of NIL and what some of these other deals that they are making outside of the NIL, whatever they're creating, that it has changed really the thought process of why guys, decide to go pro. A lot of guys have always said, hey, I'm going to go take care of my family. Well, a lot of these folks now, the top players, have been able to take care of their families to this point now because of what they've been able, their name, image, and likeness. So I think that's really changed the landscape of why guys go. If a guy is a third rounder and he believes he's a second or a first, he or she's probably going to come back because they know that I'm going to be making this money over here. So, I'm good right now. I can go chase the dream. And if
is college just kind of fun, Griff, is college just kind of fun? I mean, if you got the money, I mean, ain't it just kind of fun to be on a college campus?
I mean, you think about it. Yeah, you think about it, the kind of money these guys are making now, the kind of endorsement deals they're able to have, it is. It's probably more enjoyable for them now than it will be when they make the jump, because it's fun when you win on Sundays, but the rest of the week you're putting in some work and the expectations. So, look, I think this is where we are with college. And to me, the other side of it, it's been that much better. I mean, it's elevated the Big Ten teams without a doubt, because a place like Ohio State, they would openly tell you that if you're here after your third year, we really don't need you here. You're not the type of player that we're looking for, because we're constantly changing, constantly recruiting over. But now it's like, well, hey, you know what? We need some veteran players. We need to have some veterans around. And I think that's one of the things that changed. It's not just at Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State. I think when you look around college football, I think all these programs, the elite ones, also recognize that, hey, that guy may only catch 20 balls for us, but what he does for us in the locker room, what he does for us in the weight room, and just the way he or she goes about their business, really our younger players that may be more talented can learn a lot from them in that situation. Yeah. So I think you're seeing people being more strategic about what their roster management, which we only need to look and see with all the general managers in the back offices and how they're growing to this point to see just the importance of not just the team being able to build a team, but it's gotten so big that I don't think just one head coach can manage everything. And we've seen that they've gone different routes and gone for the general managers and the personnel directors and that type of thing you're seeing in college athletics right now.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's going more towards the NFL model, where we're going to get, if we get a college football commissioner or commissioner with a staff, that we're going to start talking about, what a kid can make, in his first year, his second year, his third year. It's going to get to that. It's going to get to that point of the salary caps for your colleges, and it's going to be just the NFL model. We're just going to have. It's just going to be the farm league for the NFL. I mean, it's the farm league as it is, but it's truly going to be, when it comes to capping money for players, it looks like it's going to be that way. It might as well start to go that direction.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, you start to see the switch really, maybe, at least I have openly. I don't know what they've done behind closed doors, but you're starting to hear coaches say, hey, I've got a starting quarterback right now or starting wide receiver now, they're making X, right? And now you're the number one wide receiver, or you're top 5 wide receiver in the country. I'm not going to pay you when you're coming out of high school more than I'm paying my star who's been all conference on my roster right now. Now, look, we can construct different things, right? If you become a starter, if you catch this amount, if you do this, I think that's where you're starting to see a lot of programs go to, because you talk about starting to upset the apple cart, and it happens in the pros, but they're pros. I think through this change that we're going through in college athletics, I think they have to be more careful with what it does to the locker room about the kind of money that's being made. I'll say this because he said it publicly already, but you look at Mike Locksley and what's happened out in Maryland. He came to the press conference or to media day and talked about losing the locker room. And it wasn't that he lost the locker room from a standpoint of, the coaches don't know what they're doing X's and O wise, but he felt like he did not handle the NIL situation properly. And, it may be a couple of people in that locker room who kind of, they call them locker room lawyers, or if he's the best person on the team and he's making the most money and he's not a great teammate, that's a recipe for disaster. I'm not saying that's what happened, but he said that, that was one of the issues that I had last year, not really controlling that. So you've got to be able to maintain that. And I think in the grand scheme, that's why you need to have a personnel department. That's why you need to have a GM that is running things. I'm not saying that you eliminate the head coach, and I'm not naive enough to believe that if Ryan Day wants a player and the general manager says, I don't think we want to give him that kind of money, that Ryan Day is not going to win. I'm not saying that, but I think there do need to be more eyes as they look at these programs and they get an idea of how to build it, because it can really destroy your locker room if you're not bringing in the right players at the right time for your program to really have that success and make a run that you need.
Yeah, if you structure it the right way, then you can that whole transfer that whole portal thing. Your recruiting you can raise your players through your recruiting, which everybody would love to do.
Yeah.
They don't want to be going off transfer portals, bringing in all these new guys, but you can work that in a way that the transfer portal, you can start to limit that a little bit by what you can do in recruiting and how you can, like you said, you can salary this to that, to that, to that.
Yeah.
And, now you got your homegrown guys that you've recruited, that you've known since high school, and you don't need as much guys coming out of the portal.
Well, I'll tell you this. You look at Oregon from this perspective. For the last 3 years, they've gone out and had elite quarterbacks that have had a lot of experience. Dante Moore will be their starter this year. Dante Moore sat behind Dylan Gabriel last year and had the opportunity to learn. So now we're starting to see, at least in the Big Ten Conference, we're going to see, some redshirt freshmen that are now going to take over programs because they sat behind a guy that came in with NIL. Same thing, you look at Ohio State, same type of thing that they had with Will Howard being the quarterback last year. So we're starting to see, in some cases. Now, the reality is this. If you need a left tackle, you're going to go out and find a left tackle. That's
right.
What the portal, to me, gives you that opportunity to do. Or if you're a new coach and you want to flip a roster, this is what Indiana did. This is what Purdue, unfortunately, Purdue has done for the last 3 years, flip that roster. But, it can get you much better quicker when you can go into the roster and you can start to make sure you're bringing. But again, I go back to this. You still have to make sure you're bringing in the right people into your system. And you can look at, we brought up Indiana and Coach Zanetti. And he brought his guys in from James Madison, and they knew what the expectations were, and they had produced there, and then they played at a high level. I think they have an opportunity to do that once again this year, because people say, hey, well, who's going to be the new Indiana? And I said, after watching Indiana, they're going to be the new Indiana again. They have that opportunity. I'm not saying that they're going to go to the college football playoffs, but this Indiana team is not going away. He's done a great job of putting that team together, and he knows exactly what he expects to win. And just staying on him for just a second, I think it's also interesting that a veteran coach that has coached as long as he has, and never really had that big shot at a big program, a Power 4 program, all of a sudden gets that done and has that type of success. And I think that's would have been kind of things that Purdue was under a little bit of pressure and needed to go in a different direction after 2 years with Ryan Walters.
I agree.
Yeah, well, Indiana gets to play the Sisters of the Poor 12 times again this season, Griff. Howard Griffith with the Big Ten Network joining us.
Nobody was complaining about that schedule when it came out. They were like,
I know.
Indiana's got the shot. But I get it. But I think you still got to give those guys a lot of credit. They still had to go out and win games. And they didn't just go out and win them. They dominated people. So, whatever happens when you get into the 12-team playoffs is another story. Hopefully we can reseed and get the best teams playing the best teams. And we'll see. But I'm just excited that college football is back right now.
Oh, yeah.
All right, last one from me, Griff. And I know you work for the Big Ten Network. I know you gotta defend the Big Ten. I'm testing you here. I'm testing your allegiance to your employer. You got to help me understand why the Big Ten is trying to put 24 or 28 teams in the college football playoff. Like, what are we doing here, sir?
That's a long year for you, Griff, too.
Well, maybe if it's going to be a longer year, maybe that's more compensation. So I wouldn't be mad about that, right?
That's right.
Listen, I don't know. I think we all would agree that there are probably not 23 teams every year that can win a championship, right? I think we ultimately win. Does it get more people involved? Yes. Does it keep people engaged? Yes. Maybe that's not the number. Who knows? Maybe that was a ploy to make sure that the SEC went to 9 games, which looks like that's going to happen. So, listen, I think the reality to this is this too as well, right? Right now, it's never going to be an even playing field. I don't care what you do with having 18 teams in a conference, or even if it goes higher than that. The reality of being able to marry or try to say we want everyone to have a equal opportunity to get there. We're gonna have games that are gonna be able to measure. We'll have measuring sticks. If you're playing 9, we're playing 9, we get a better idea. Well, you still the reality is you don't, because some teams are going to be up, some teams are going to be down. You don't know how the scheduling ultimately is going to play out. You don't know how those rosters are ultimately going to play out. It's just one of those things. I would say this: continue to tweak, and I think with going to 12 was outstanding. Would 16 be better? Probably, but I just think that the automatic bid part of it, I think, always becomes a big talking point. But I just want to see the best college football teams, regardless of conference, competing against one another once we get into the playoffs. To me, that's what it's all about. That's why these young people pick the schools that they pick to go to. And then it also, college football had gotten so regional at the end of the year that I think ratings probably were going the other way, because, okay, if it's just the Southeast that's playing, or it's just the Midwest isn't involved, it became really boring. It really did. Well, we know who's going to win this. 4 teams. This is going to be your best team. So, the more the merrier. I don't know if I defended the conference at all there, or I didn't know if I go win against them there, but I don't know if we'll get to that number. I just don't believe that there are 23 teams every year that really are in a position to do it. But the more the merrier, and the more money and the more TV time I get to have, I guess.
There you go. Okay, well, my last question for you is, what is Rutgers going to do this year?
Ooh, Rutgers has a unbelievable schedule this year. It's not going to be easy at all. But Ethan Calliak-Man he's a really good quarterback and has learned a lot. And he's going to go as far. Rutgers will go as far as he'll be able to take them. But this is one of those things, man, that when you talk about, okay, well, we're not playing these guys this year. They've got a tough schedule this year. And it's one of those things, man. It's always going to be hard trying to make that jump. I call it to the upper tier. I think the Big Ten has a big middle and probably has a couple teams at the bottom. And when you look at Ohio State, you look at Oregon, you look at Penn State, Michigan, I think Illinois is knocking on that door of the top teams now. That middle is hard, man. It's hard. And that's one of the things, going away from divisions and going to just, 18 teams and the top 2 teams playing in championship. The reality, Buck, is that there are some teams that their chances of ever playing in that championship are going to be immense, and it's going to be hard for them to get there. But that's why they play the games, I guess.
That's why
we got an Indiana story.
All right. But they ain't going to be no good. That's all right. I just found out they ain't no good.
That's what you took out of that, Buck.
That's what I took out of it. They ain't no good.
All right.
No.
All right. Well, I didn't do a good job. I got to go back to work.
Talk to you, man. It's always good to see you.
This will be a good one. We should do a recap. Brother. We should do a recap next week, maybe. See what happens.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right. I'm in, guys. Enjoy the rest of the day, man. Have a great weekend.
You take care, brother.
Thanks so much, Howard.
Yep.
All right, there he goes. Howard Griffith of the Big Ten Network. Check out the Big Ten Network. He's on all the time, doing great work covering that entire conference. And, I just looked at Rutgers' schedule, Buck. Griff wasn't lying. I don't know who Greg Schiano pissed off, or maybe it was the AD at Rutgers, but they made somebody in the Big Ten office really mad.
How are they going to do that without all these coaches that we took from them?
Well, there are some teams in the Big Ten that only have to play one of Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon, right? Like, those are the top 3 teams in that league. 3 preseason top 10 teams. Some Big Ten schedules, you only have one of those opponents. Rutgers has to play all 3 of them. And they have to play Illinois, who's picked to finish 4th in the conference. They have to play the top 4 teams in the league, 2 of them on the road. They're got 5
Michigan.
true
They're
road
not playing
games.
Michigan, are they?
Michigan's the only team they avoid, but they have to play Oregon at home, at Illinois, at Ohio State, and then Penn State at home. Their last 2 games are at Ohio State and home Penn State, Buck.
Wow.
Talk about ending a season.
And no coaches. Look out.
And Texas took all of their assistant coaches. It could be a long year at Piscataway for
Sorry
Scarlet
about that,
Knights.
Coach Shiano.
All 12 of them who exist. But good stuff there. Interesting to get Griff's perspective, obviously, on Texas, Ohio State, and, taking a look around the Big Ten. And, hey, Griff, he's going to get more money if the college football playoff expands. Yeah. But I think you kind of heard at the start of the answer his thoughts. Like, dude, there ain't 23, 24 teams, 28, whatever it is, who are worthy of being in the playoff. Like, this thing, some think it's already gotten ridiculous. If it gets to that level, then it's beyond ridiculous. But
yeah, I don't want it to be the NCAA basketball tournament. There's no Cinderella stories. Vanderbilt's at the end of their Cinderella story too. So, I mean, there's no Cinderellas going to jump up in football, I mean, they're sleepers like Clemson, but that's about it. There's not a lot of those in college football. It's just not going to happen.
Oh man, top 5.
You know why? The paychecks are too big.
Yeah, well, that's what all of this is about, right? Paychecks are too big, and the NCAA tournament brings in a lot of money every year. So college football is like, well, these playoff games are bringing in a lot of money. What if we have more of these? Then we could bring in even more money. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Now, if you're a college student and you think about it, and as I said, a student athlete. I mean, when I talk about the 2 kids, it's running backs at Penn State. I'm just thinking, why would they? It must be nice to have that kind of money on campus. You know what I mean? And that's what you're playing college football. That's quite the life, man. It is. Mm-hmm. Then to be in the NFL on a daily basis.
I would have taken that.
Like you said, those guys they don't have to worry about class. And those guys already graduated anyway by now.
No.
Or they should.
They should. Yep, agreed. But there's never been a better time to be a college athlete than right now. And plenty of guys are taking advantage. And you're right. I mean, it used to be, that's part of the thing that could benefit Texas with Arch Manning. Now, Arch Manning comes from money, so his family's not hurting either way.
Right.
But it's a lot easier to turn down NFL money now because of how much you're getting paid in college. And we know Arch Manning is the highest valued college athlete in all of college sports. So, that helps a little bit. It's like you're not taking zero money to come back to college. You're still getting paid millions of dollars. You get to be a student at the University of Texas.
Get to hang out with millions in your pocket.
Dude, I mean, you live in Austin. This is the best city in the world. You go to the NFL, you might get drafted by Cleveland, Jacksonville. Like some of these NFL cities, Carolina, you don't want to go to these places.
And the pressure that'll come on you then, wow.
Yeah, stick around, Arch. Stick around. All right, we'll take your thoughts. My internet's not been great today. I think I'm getting punished for dunking on YouTube TV and praising Spectrum. That Spectrum is like bringing me back to
they're bringing you back to reality. They're the boss, huh?
I got to call these fools after the show and get something figured out. But all right, before we got some NFL to dive into, we got a couple of fun stories we need to talk about, including Bucky's prediction gone horribly wrong. This is Bucky's worst prediction he's ever made in his life. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. I've been sitting in my Relax the Back chair today after playing a round of golf, a little back soreness. Thank goodness I got this chair. And they've got a recliner just for you. Zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, human scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories that you need to make your back, neck, hips, shoulders, lumbar area feel fantastic. 2 great locations. The Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods in the North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Love my Relax the Back chair as well. And thanks to you for gifting it to me. This thing is awesome. And
Sweet.
also, love our guy, Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht of the Hecht Law Firm. If you or someone you know gets hurt in a car wreck, gets injured on the job, just suffers some sort of personal injury, don't fight the insurance companies alone. Call Hurricane Hecht and let him get you every dollar that you deserve. Ryan's been a friend of mine for more than a decade, and he's been fighting for justice and big results here in Central Texas for a decade. He is going to be with you every step of the way. You see those guys on TV standing on cars, hosting podcasts with little girls. That's weird. You're not going to get to work with those people. They're too busy filming TV commercials. When you call Hurricane Hecht, you are going to get to work with Hurricane Hecht, the top guy, the guy that the firm is named after. He is a friend of the show. He is a fighter for the people. And again, he's going to get you every dollar that you deserve. The best part, you don't have to pay a dime unless he wins your case. Give him a call, 512-938-8929, or find him online at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
I think you and Howard were right about, the Matt Patricia deal. I think he's coming in. I think he can help individual players. I mean, a guy like Downs, getting him one-on-ones against people, matchups where he can be effective as a pass rusher and being close to the line of scrimmage. But I just can't imagine them getting away from what they did last year, trying to revamp the whole thing for somebody because he was with Bill Belichick saying, okay, here's the defense that we're running. I mean, that guy's been successful. Here's what we're going to do. It's been a long time since he's been in college, dealt with these kind of players. And why would you mess with something that was fantastic last year, Yeah,
because you don't know how to do it, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the obvious answer. You might be right. I don't know what the answer to that question is, but, Matt Patricia might there's only so many different things you can do with a defense. And I'm sure some of the things that Matt Patricia has coached before are identical or at least very similar to what Jim Knowles had in Columbus last year.
Yeah, most of them have a lot of similarities anyway. There's no one deal that's the best deal of all time.
Yeah.
That everybody wouldn't be running right now.
Right. There's only so many different things you can do. So I'm sure we'll see some Jim Knowles concepts and principles used, and I'm sure we'll see a couple of different things with Matt Patricia there. But, it's a double-edged sword, right? Like, if he's running the Jim Knowles defense, well, you could just scout the January game. Obviously, things didn't go well for Texas. Only scored 14 points. Probably going to need more than that this Saturday to get a win. But you could just look at that and say, okay, here's what they did, and here's what we need to do to adjust to that. And Sark has been really good in those spots. Again, with Nick Saban 2 years ago and Wink Martindale at Michigan last year, it's like if a defense has a lot of tendencies, or the guy calling the defense has a lot of tendencies, and you give Sark 7-8 months to come up with a game plan, he's going to do a pretty damn good job of it. So in that stance, it's like, all right, maybe you want the Jim Knowles defense out there. But on the other hand, it's like you might not know what Matt Patricia is doing. So it's like, oh, it's good you're not seeing a Jim Knowles defense that beat you and won a national championship last year, but also because it's a new defensive coordinator, you don't really know what he's going to do. And it's not like a guy who was a defensive coordinator in college football somewhere else last year to where it's like, oh, we just put on that defense instead. This guy hasn't been a defensive coordinator since 2017, and that was in the NFL. So I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. I don't think anybody does outside of Columbus.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's something to watch, and we'll find out very quickly on Saturday. That's obviously a huge chess match between Steve Sarkisian and pencil ear Matt Patricia.
Nice.
Buck, Deuce Vaughn got waived yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you had to know that was coming. I mean, if you're watching them over the last 2 years, they waited a year too late. I mean, but they didn't have anybody. They didn't have anybody else, which is hard to believe.
Yeah, well, the running backs who did make the team, Jaden Blue made the team, of course, the fifth-round draft pick out of Texas. He's there. Javonte Williams is going to be the Cowboys' starting tailback this year. He made the team, as did Miles Sanders. Phil Maffa, the Cowboys' seventh-round pick out of Clemson, he's going to start the year on IR, but he basically has a roster spot reserved for him when he returns. So Deuce Vaughn, sixth-round pick, obviously a local kid, had a great college career at Kansas State. And Cowboys, like myself included, I was like, all right, he's got a chance to be a steal, 6th-round pick. You were hoping, everybody was hoping he was going to be the next Darren Sproles or something like that, and just didn't happen. So
yeah, he just doesn't seem to have the kind of strength that Darren Sproles was compact, but he had some strength. He had some zip when he hit the holes. This guy gets kind of rejected, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. In college, Deuce Vaughn had those things, right?
Yeah.
And he
Oh,
carved, it's not like the Big 12 was horrible and, Texas and OU were in the league at the time. Like, he carved up some good defenses.
Yes, he did.
And, Darren Sproles is a Hall of Fame caliber player. A guy that size is 1 in a million. So obviously projecting that for Deuce was a little lofty. But yeah, it didn't quite work out for him. So we'll see.
And I think you just see it right. You could just see it right away. Everybody was like, "Oh, he'll get lost behind the offensive lineman, and he'll make a lot of yards." Well, you have to push some of those guys too, and you got to be powerful enough. He wasn't that powerful. He still was an elusive guy, but he just didn't have the power. Darren Sproles was built. I mean, he was thick.
He was awesome. He was everything. He was thick, huh? You saw it?
Yeah. He was a thick. He was well built. How's that?
How are you holding tissues when you're talking about another man's build?
But the other guy, it's just different. He just looked different, and you could just tell. And it shouldn't take you long to tell that he just wasn't going to make it in the NFL. Like you said, that 1 in a million. It's a lot of those guys, the little guys. It's not a league for little guys. It's not a profession for little guys, Kyler Murray. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Kyler's gotten paid. I don't know how good he really is, but he's making a decent living doing this thing.
He's one of those exceptional little guys.
Yeah, exceptional little guys. I like that.
So fast, midget. So fast.
Yeah, thank you, Lee. Hopefully we get some great moments like that from Lee Corso.
On his way out, there's going to be some screw ups on Saturday. They're going to be just classic.
Hey, that's not a screw up. That is gold right there.
There's going to be some gold. You're right.
I hope so. I hope Lee Corso gives us a couple of drop worthy moments in
on the way out. On the way out should be some great drops by Lee.
Would be pretty cool if he puts a hook 'em head on 2 at the end of the show. I wouldn't hate that. A couple more Cowboys Nuggets. Mozzie Smith did make the team, barely. It's a little bit of a surprise, but the Cowboys have 0 defensive tackles. So
still holding on to that dude because of how they spent all that money for him and that pick.
It was just a high. Like the Cowboys 2023 draft is going to go down as one of the worst drafts in team history and maybe one of the worst drafts in NFL history. The only potential saving grace is DeMarvion Overshown, and he looks really good. He just gets hurt every year. So, like, you can't call him a great draft pick yet because he's not on the field ever.
Right.
He's coming off a torn ACL, and, like, again, he's a talented player. We hope he's healthy for a million reasons, but, like, Mozzie Smith was your first-round pick. He's a bust. Luke Schoonmaker, the tight end out of Michigan, total bust. Overshown, your 3rd-round pick. And then the Cowboys' 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th players have all been cut or traded.
Wow.
Like, it is unbelievable. They might be 0 for 7 that year. Again, Overshown is the only guy with potential to be good.
And he's been hurt.
You wonder why, you can't have a draft like that and also be the Cowboys and overpay everybody else and expect to have a really, really talented roster. It's not going to help the cause too much. It was a rough year for them. I want to hear from Shoddy real quick, Buck.
Yeah, let's hear from Shoddy. What does Shoddy say? Is he ready to go? Where's Micah Parsons? We got a deal done?
I'm glad you asked that. Here it is. Shoddy had a press conference yesterday. It was roster cut down day in the NFL. And Shoddy was asked a couple of questions about Micah Parsons. And he did sound confident that a deal is going to get done. He also said that he and Micah talked for an hour earlier this week. And he said that those guys had a really good conversation. But this is something that maybe scares Cowboys fans. Again, the NFL season and the Cowboys season starts 1 week from tomorrow.
Yep.
So Shoddy was asked about some sort of ramp-up period. Like, hey, if a deal gets signed today, like, could Micah play against Philly? What's that going to look like? Here's Shoddy talking about
Trees a normal week. We have a bonus Monday on Friday, and, then they get their day off. The league has a number of rules where they have to get certain days off, Clarence. But, at the end of the day, as soon as he can get out there, that's great. But, again, there'll be a ramp-up plan for him. And, when he lines up out there to play, do I think he would play 75 plays in every play? Probably not. I don't think that that's real. But I do think that he can be very disruptive, like we all know.
Dude, I am going to watch it with that dude. Whenever that thing gets signed, I am not going to mess around with that guy. I am going to, if I have to wait 2 games, I'll wait 2 games. But I'm not saying, hey, and Micah comes to you and says, I'm ready to go. I'm like, no, dude, you haven't been hit. Nobody's come after you. You've been holding bags at practice. You've been laying on the medical table. You got to be careful.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
And Jerry's gonna be a part of that decision anyway. Hey, I'm paying him this money. Get his ass out there tomorrow.
I was gonna say, that's the thing. You're paying him all this money. If they end up paying him all of this money, it's like you want him out there. It's like, okay, go earn your money. We gave you what you're looking for. Now go earn it. And oh, by the way, we're playing our biggest rival, and they just won the Super Bowl, and everyone's going to be watching us. So yeah, we need you out there. But it's also like, well, you're going to extend him 4 years, probably 3, 4, 5 years. It's like you can't. You don't want to risk the entirety of that contract, or at least a full season of that contract, with him getting hurt because he hasn't been doing enough in the offseason to get ready for football.
No, I got to have a plan for him to get into real game shape, and if it happens, they do a contract next Monday. There ain't no way that guy needs to be in the game on Thursday. I'd be like, no, that's not going to happen.
The Cowboys were off yesterday. They're off today. They're off tomorrow. This should be the time. Like, they really ramp up on Friday for next Thursday, right? Treating it like a game week. You just heard Shoddy say that. This would be the day. Tomorrow would be the day. It makes so much sense to get this done so you can have Micah Parsons for your entire week of preparation against Philly, so he can at least maybe be out there for maybe not 75 snaps, but some snaps, because like the Cowboys defensive line outside of Micah Parsons and Oso Digizua has some serious questions. And I just talked about how the D tackle position outside of Oso, like Saquon might run for 300 next Thursday.
That's what I'm thinking. Is Saquon going to break a record next Thursday?
He could, dude. He could. So like having Micah out there, I know he's not the best run defender in the world, but he's something for your defense.
He can at least run you down. He can run you down from the side, because he's not catching Saquon Barkley once he gets loose. It's gone. It's over with.
Yeah. Whatever it's probably incredibly high already, because the Cowboys couldn't stop the run last year, and everyone knows their defensive tackles are not very good this year. Whatever the line is for Saquon, I am taking the over. I am pounding the over.
The only thing you can think of is they don't want to get Saquon too crazy right off the bat either. They would think 150-yard rushing game is okay. They don't need to be looking for a 220, 230 on a Thursday night, probably,
Yeah, well, if
he gets
the
about
game turns into a blowout.
Hey, he gets to 150. They sit him on the bench and go, no, I know you want to have 300, but no, we're not going to do that. We got a lot of games to play.
Turns into a blowout, then they'll probably do that. But if it's a close game, they'll keep him out there, and they'll just keep handing him the rock, and it's going to be tough. All right, let's end the show with some fun stories today, shall we? Buck, you were wrong, my friend.
Yes,
I was. You're not wrong often, but you were wrong on this one. You had predicted that the relationship of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift was going to end before New Year's Day 2025.
I did.
You, of course, said this last year. You didn't think the relationship was real. You thought it was a lot of pub and PR, and it just wasn't going to last, these two celebrities. Well, yesterday, Travis Kelce went to a knee. A ring was brought out, and now Travis and Taylor are engaged.
That is good for them.
Happy about this?
Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, it's throughout everything that people say about her and what they think of him, their relationship is for real. So, I mean, you wouldn't do that. That's not a gimmick or a setup or anything else. That's
I don't know.
real.
Steve.
Not you, Ryan Day. We don't need to hear from you right now. That's good. Some people want to be right. Like they want their predictions to be right. So I'm glad there's no sour grapes on this here. I'm glad you're supporting the love between the two.
Yeah, I mean, love wins out. It's not her status or his status. It's not, nobody pressured them to get married. They just on their own. She doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. They would be fine going through life. But that's just kind of cool.
Do we get a prenup signed between these two, you think?
Yeah, there's no 50-50 split up in here.
No, Travis does okay, but he doesn't do Taylor Swift numbers. No chance.
No, somebody's going to have to sign. Here's the true love. Somebody's going to have to sign something here.
If I'm Travis, I'm like, yeah. We're doing something here.
Yeah, I'm making something out of this deal.
We have exclusive audio, by the way.
Oh, boy.
A lot of people are talking about this engagement, right? It's a big story, whether you like them, whether you don't like them. They're two big celebrities, and they're getting engaged, and it's a power couple and whatever. Most people would stop the story there, but we at TSU, we go
very nice.
Above it. We have our own crack staff that is always on the case, and we have an exclusive interview with Travis Kelce. His first comments since the engagement that was announced yesterday. That's how good we are. We were able to track down Travis. I don't know when the exact engagement happened, but again, it was made public yesterday. Here is Travis Kelce talking about
when I first met Taylor, it was fame at first sight. After we got engaged, I couldn't help but think, dams, I'm going to get so many Instagram followers from this. I'm such a massive cuck that I also want to announce I'm pregnant and our baby's already trans. Taylor has written so many songs about breakups. Now let's see if she can write songs about divorce. I've never wanted anything more than to be worshipped by 12-year-old girls with shitty taste in music. I went from banging a thick, light-skinned girl to being engaged to a pasty, pancake-ass girl that thinks she's 16. That's like going from Patrick Mahomes to Dylan Raiola. Look, my brother and his wife aren't going to be the only insufferable couple in this family. Jason will be my best man, and he will be wearing a cutoff tux because he's wild and zany. 60-year-old women think he's a hoot. I propose because I'm trying to stay relevant. I'm washed. I'll be playing in a 40 and under league next year. She's my ticket to Hollywood. I'll be in some shitty Hallmark movie in no time. I'll be the boyfriend that gets broken up with in Christmastown, Vermont.
Wow. How did you get that?
Well, it's us. It's our crack staff here at TSU.
Wow.
We have the ability to track people down like that. And did he call his now fiance a pasty pancake ass? Did I hear that right?
Yes. Hey, don't be talking about my pen
Pasty
pal like
pancake.
that. What's he doing?
Hey, I was about to say, that wasn't me. Those weren't my words. Those were Travis Kelce's words right there. Pasty pancake ass who acts like she's 16.
That dude just hit the jackpot.
Yeah, he did. And he said, he admitted he's washed and he's going to be playing in some 40 and under league next year.
He'll be representing USA in flag football too.
They won't want him at that point. That's 3 years from now.
No, he's done.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming off a pretty disappointing season. So I think this could be, Gronk retired kind of early, age-wise.
He better get his shirt that says, "Let me bake."
Oh, let me bake. I like that.
He's gonna be cooking and baking at her place.
And he said he's going to be in a Hallmark movie, too. He's going to get broken up with on Christmas and, what did he say, Germantown or something?
Oh, no.
He was already an actor in the Happy Gilmore sequel. Maybe he's got more of that in his future, too.
Oh, dude, that guy's getting all kinds of phone calls from places now that he's getting engaged to her. They don't – and, hey, by the way, it's not you that they want.
No. He said he's a cuck, and he said he's pregnant with their trans baby.
How about that?
A lot of revelations there from Travis Kelce in that bit of sound that is 100% legitimate, of course.
You know what? They probably got just a regular old good relationship, and that's a good thing.
I went.
it's hard to turn down the noise, and the kind of noise that those two get, that's got to be really difficult. So if your love can prevail through that, good luck to them.
Now I feel like a cuck for admitting this, but I actually listened to the New Heights podcast episode with Taylor Swift. That's the one that the Kelsey brothers host.
Yeah.
And I was like, driving back to Houston, the girl was in the car, so she wanted to listen to it. I'm like, you know what? Let's hear this. Let's see how it goes. And they sound very happy. Like it sounds like, I can't call it a normal couple because they were talking about football and her incredible career. Ain't nothing normal about, those two massive stars, but like they were very like talking very highly of each other. They were clearly in love. So it's good for them. It's worked
Absolutely.
out. And, I root for love. So hopefully it works. But a divorce album would be, talk about numbers.
Oh, my God.
Ooh, not that Taylor needs help with numbers because every album she puts out breaks records. But holy crap, that would be.
Hey, that's just more money. That's more money on the documents for him.
Yeah, it is. One last story. Buck, we spent some time, I think everyone spent some time talking about Cracker Barrel over the last week or so. They announced a big logo change, and the internet freaked out, and Cracker Barrel's market share, they lost more than $100 million in value after the change was announced.
That thing is worth $100 million. Are you kidding me?
Apparently more than that because they lost that much, and they're still around. If anyone ever tells you that bullying doesn't work, they're wrong.
Yeah.
Because yesterday, Cracker Barrel announced that they are not changing their logo after all. They tweeted out and said, quote, "We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said we would listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away, and our old timer will remain. At Cracker Barrel, it's always been and always will be about serving up delicious food, warm welcomes, and the kind of country hospitality that feels like family. As a proud American institution, our 70,000 hardworking employees look forward to welcoming you to our table soon," end quote.
There you go. And then my kids will be able to go in there and buy bottled pickles and shit like that for an extra $18 a can, and grabbing all kinds of little toy things in there. That's great. I don't care about. I don't need a Cracker Barrel. That's not like one of my. I have gyms. If I want to go to a real Cracker Barrel, I'm going to gyms. I'm not going to Cracker Barrel. I like the food that tastes good too. It has to taste good, doesn't it?
You're not a Cracker Barrel guy?
No, I'm not. There's nothing that they serve that does anything for me. I've been to a couple Cracker Barrels, and I just thought, yeah, I could have made this at the house.
Yeah. A lot of the people who complain, probably most of the people who complain, had never been to a Cracker Barrel or haven't been in like 5-10 years. But it's the power of the internet, man. That is the power of the internet. Like I haven't seen anything about Cracker Barrel CEO resigning or getting fired or anything like that. But what a nightmare. Like this helps a little bit going back to the old logo, but you talk about a PR disaster, dude. Like what a horrible week for Cracker Barrel. And, they'll bounce back a little bit because of this. Maybe if the CEO gets canned, they'll bounce back even more. But I don't know if they'll ever fully recover from that.
Oh, they'll get, the old logo is, like I said, I didn't notice the damn logo any damn way. So it didn't really mean much to me. I just noticed the food wasn't that good.
Yeah,
so
that's what should matter. Quick shout out to Altstadt Beer. That's a beer that's really good. I had a couple of Altstats at Kelly's Irish Pub on First and Old Torf yesterday. I've had so much Altstadt over the last 5 days, and that is because football season is back. Like,
yes,
it's drinking season for me, and I know for some other folks out there too. Shout out to Altstadt, the best beer that you can find. I know our guy Jason was talking about Altstadt in the comments earlier today. Go get you some. Get ready for your watch parties, your tailgates this weekend. If you're going to be hitting the bars or restaurants watching the football, make sure you're asking for the Altstadt beer. The best beer there is. No impurities, no regrets.
Let's just make sure YouTube gets their deal done. Let's get this done today and quit messing around, y'all.
Whoa, forgot about that. Forgot about that.
let's bring on a couple of crackers here to talk about Cracker Barrel and YouTube TV and a couple of other things. What's up, guys?
I can't even tell you what's on the menu. I mean, I'm sure they got bread there.
Biscuits and gravy. They got some grits. They got grits. You know they're going to have grits.
Grits?
Of course they will.
The crackers eat grits?
Yeah, crackers eat. Cracker Barrel that's eggs over medium that are made too hard. You know, they're not really over medium. They're hard. They don't know the difference between over medium and hard boil. I don't eat at Cracker Barrel. I mean, that's one of my least favorite places to go eat. It has nothing to do with the.
I know. I've maybe been there once. Or there's so many better restaurants in the Northeast than Cracker Barrel.
IHOP, Denny's,
Cisco's.
Hey,
there you go.
What's a grit?
That's what Flo told you to kiss. Kiss my grits.
It's just grain. It's just part of wheat. It's just grainy old
like Omni and shit, right?
Yeah, I still eat. I mean, I eat grits every once in a while, but if there's a lump in my grits, I'm done with you. Whoa. If you can't keep them fresh, which a lot of people, it's hard to keep them fresh. They get hard, and if you don't keep them nice and warm and they're not fresh,
it's not oatmeal, right? I mean,
no,
clearly it's not oatmeal, but it's not it's not even in the same family at all.
Sort of.
Well, they have them in a box. You can make them out of a box. You can make everything out of a box now.
You can make your own.
The only thing I know about grits is that, you know, al dente or instant grits from what's that damn show? My Cousin Vinny. That's the
my goodness.
My cousin.
Dude, I ate grits all of my childhood days. I had grits every morning. Hell, as a matter of fact, from where I lived, if you didn't have any food, you were going to eat grits at dinner time. We've all had breakfast at dinner. We've all been in that. Yeah. Out of all of us, we've all had a day where, you know what, breakfast and dinner were almost the same.
Oh, I mean, it was like a day once a week we would have like hot cakes and sausage. Seriously, like I was raised by my grandparents. They were on a fixed income. We would have shit on the shingle most nights too, like chip beef gravy. You know what I mean? On top of bread, like we loaves of bread to make it go around the family.
Shit, frijoles y tortillas.
There you go.
They call that the poor man's meal, and it's like, are you kidding? I would love to have that right now. I mean, that's the only way to go. Cracker Barrel's going to be fine. Remember when folks called for the demise of Bud Light after all that mess?
Sydney Sweeney. The BK showed me that they got Sydney Sweeney. They're going to be great. Cracker Barrel's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned the Bud Light deal in a hurry from my golf tournament when Brown Distributing said, you know, we got to push this Bud Light, try to get it going. I said, give it to me. I said, the guys at my golf tournament, you know what? We had like 40 cases of it, and everybody was like, you know, I'm not allowed to drink. I'm not going to drink that Bud Light. Every case was gone. It was like it was for free. It was gone.
The price is wrong, bitch.
It was
free beer. Not a lot of people turn down free beer, you know?
No,
it was. I remember that, Buck. It was like there was like 7 or 8 Bud Light cases. It was like everything else was taken first, and the Bud Light was last thing there. And then gradually, guys, when they thought nobody else was looking, they would just like walk up there, grab one, and like put it under their shirt. It's like,
So have you guys ever, speaking of beer and Bud Light, have you guys ever noticed, like when the ladies are out on the town and they're going to take selfies to post on social media, why do they always want to be holding like a beer can? You know, where it's like they take the picture and they got a beer can in their hand. I'm like, you don't drink that shit. What are you doing? Why do they drink?
They don't drink that shit at the house. They do a lot of other things when they ain't at the house, Rodney.
Yeah.
Breaking news here, Wags. What do we have?
When they're out with the girls, they go a little crazy, don't they?
Let's come on, man. You've been out for girls' night out. Thursday night's ladies' night. We know this. It's still ladies' night.
Oh, what a night.
It's ladies' night. Let her cook, Wags. Don't just let her cook one night out of the week. Let her cook the entire week.
You know, that's something I've never said in my life to my wife, is just like, hey, what are you making for dinner tonight? I've never assumed that she was cooking dinner.
That's
like,
pretty smart.
I've never said, "Hey, would you go get me a sandwich?" I've never
Wags.
in my life.
Wags, come on,
man.
You got to say, "Make me a sandwich." You got to get to the point where you can say, "Hey, can you go make me a sandwich? Give me a ham and cheese."
No, I've never done it. Now I don't have a problem with doing it. That's just never been in my repertoire. Like, I've never had to ask my wife for that. Now Dad, I know you're watching, and I'm going to call you out on some shit real quick. All right. I'm probably going to get some heat mail coming in, but look, my dad I used to watch him do it. And not only did he do it with his wife, he used to do it with his mom. He'd be like, "Mom, can you get me a drink?" And this is a grown man at 50 years old having your mom get your ass a drink. Pop, I love you, but that shit ain't happening. We don't do that here. We broke the chain.
Sorry to you, I'm here for you, man. I feel like you're going through a tough time because you've never asked your wife to cook or to make you a sandwich. Like, I just know we're all here for you if you need us.
Now, this, my guy, you've already done that. You've already said, "Can you get me a sandwich?" Have you already done this?
Sure. That's the first test.
Years.
Sure. It's like, is that the prerequisite to
He left out can. He left out can. He said, "Get me a sandwich."
That dude is the only boy in the family. He's the only boy. He's the only male. Everybody's making that full sandwiches. Are you kidding me?
You want to know, this is a true story, at least according to my mother, who I love very much. She says, like, the first sentence I ever formed as a baby was, "Make me a sandwich." She swears. So, like, I will confirm that. I'm going to see her today. I will confirm that. But she swears that the first, like, not my first word, but like the first sentence I formed was, "Make me a sandwich." So that's the kind of guy that I am, Wags. I can't change. It's who I've been from day one.
You know what? It's in your DNA. You're wired that way, buddy.
Yeah,
I am the oldest of 8, and I've never asked anybody to make me a sandwich because I would get just crucified for that.
Right?
I can imagine my sisters. They would go, "Make me a sandwich. How about you kiss my ass?" That's
my
what
grandmother would throw the chair at me. I mean, she would absolutely beat the shit out of me if I did.
Oh yeah, I'm the oldest of 8, and that I would get. Everybody would turn against me. I can't imagine that. I couldn't do that to my mom.
My mom's mom would. Now my dad's dad, it's different, right? Like, she waits on all the men or whatever. It's very different. Now my mother's side.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, households are like that.
Yeah, different.
It used to be so Buck, with my grandmother that is no longer with us, and my aunt that was kind of like my mom, very much my mom. It was like, so Hispanics are a certain way where, like, you eat and it's like, okay, I'm full. And whoever that motherly figure is, they're going to be like, "Oh no, you're not full. Here, get some more. Let me give you some more. Let me give you some more food." And it's like, stop. There were times as a kid where it's like, okay, we got football. I'm trying to eat better. Whatever. Oh no, you haven't eaten enough.
Oh my goodness.
Italian women or Italian moms are like that too.
Yes.
Or maybe it's just moms. Maybe moms just feed you like that. They just want you to be full. They just want you to be happy.
Not Cracker Barrel. They give you one plate, and that's it.
And those grits. All right, boys. I'm headed to go get checked out. Big check.
Hey, what'd you shoot yesterday?
Huh?
What'd you shoot yesterday?
90. I shot a 90. Yeah, I was awful yesterday.
90. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, hopefully we get something. Hopefully we get it fixed at the doctor, Buck. Hopefully we.
Yeah, we got to make sure that we may even be going in for some biopsy stuff.
What? 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink?
Hey, they may go thickness. They may have to go thickness here.
Girth.
Girth. That's right, boys. Later.
See y'all
later.
Girth.
Here they go. Here we are. Welcome to another chaotic edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered Game Week. It is game week, baby. And it's also hump day. Amigo, where you want to go first? Well, first and foremost, welcome in, everybody. Hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter. My partner in crime, Rodney Rodriguez, is the Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter. And then on InstaFace, he is the _Rodney R. I'm the Wagner Wire. And then you can hit us up on that code of text line. The lottery numbers, a lot of 2s here, so pay attention. 512 512-222-9328. Again, one more time, 512-222-9328 is that Coda text line. Get on out there if you're out and about. Hit us up on that. Rodney will be talking to you and letting you know what the hell, or letting us know what the hell you're saying. And then also smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Get those crowns on your head and let's get started. Amigo, where you want to go first?
I got to tell you about the Coda text line. Something that I
What's
found
on
right
the Coda
there.
text line?
Here's the cool thing about monitoring the Coda text line during this hour, 9 to 10 Chaos Theory every Monday through Friday, is that we even get messages in Spanish because they know that I'm working.
And that is why you
bilingual
Coda text. You are the bilingual one out of us all here. So
it's
I'm
tongue magic.
I'm bilingual, just not in Spanish.
You know, that's just another thing that makes a show epic, Wags.
We might even, if you carry the one, we might even have like 3 or 4 languages between the two of us.
Oh man, look
right?
at that.
And then add BK, we might have a sixth. You know what I mean?
Then we got Bucky. He probably speaks jive.
Bucky's all over. Bucky can. He's a very worldly man, right?
Yeah.
He's actually won. He is actually won an award for being as worldly as he's been. He's all over the place. So he's European. He's European, anyways. Bucky's European.
This is an international program right here.
That's what we got, man. That's what we got.
No doubt about it, man. Wags, before we talk about game week, and I know we were gonna talk about this yesterday, and I think I kept cutting you off. You had some thoughts on Terry McLaurin because that dude got paid, and
I just on like everybody's putting Washington in the basement, right? I misspoke. Everybody's putting Dallas in the basement. But I think with all the actions are moving around and people speaking badly on Washington lately, just because Scary Terry wasn't able to get something done. Now they add that they got a vertical threat. They got Debo with the Swiss Army knife. That their backfield is I don't know. I guess you're going to go with Rodriguez. I mean, I thought Thomas was their guy, but off the field actions, just not playing into things. You also got a little sprinkle of talent with Eckler too. So there's some things that Washington can have, especially getting this thing done with Scary Terry now. This has to be. It's still the Eagles, right? It's still the Eagles for the top offense. I mean, Brown and Saquon Barkley, like, and then Smith too. Like they're loaded. The Eagles are just absolutely loaded. But Washington, in this arms race here of offense, Washington has put together something, or they're working on putting together something now. I think Debo is a little long in the tooth, sure, right? But I mean, you hit a draft pick here and a draft pick there. Taking some talent out of the draft with some speed on to get vertical, and hell, you got yourselves a trio of weapons for a young Daniels to work with. And then also, like, who knows how long Debo is going to be there, right? Maybe 2 good years you're thinking of, right? Terry's probably got 3 or 4 maybe. You go and you find some stud in the in the draft here that can blow the doors off the defense, and maybe you have the reinvention of the 80s posse. I've been watching too much of that America's Team, man. I'm living in the 80s again, dude.
Oh, man.
Living in the 80s.
2 episodes last night, and I got the wife hooked on that. Watching that.
So I finished the one where I finished their back-to-back years.
Yep.
And this is, I got to tell you, I'm starting to lose interest now, I think, just because the relationship between Jimmy and Jerry, it's kind of, been tarnished a little bit, right? I didn't realize they were that close in college. Yeah. Like I knew they were on the same team, but I didn't know that, they went through such a crazy year to where I didn't know they were roommates, I
like how they were roommates because they both started with Jay.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah.
That was pretty funny
or whatever. It's been a really awesome walk down memory lane. God, the Bills, man.
Jim Kelly, man. Your heart breaks.
Like the Bills were a dynasty. They just couldn't capture that last win, man.
They were good all the time except in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But those Cowboys teams were good. I mean, the Giants, you had the wide right. There for Scott Norwood. I think.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was
Oh,
kinda
no,
like
for sure.
the
I didn't
dagger.
realize how close the 49ers were to the Cowboys in the 92 season. Like, I honestly, the
They were
way
the
that
better
I
team,
remembered
I
it, and I
thought.
was still a little young. Like, I remember when they beat the Redskins, and I also remember when they opened up the year that, like, they went 2-0 that year. I can tell you where I was. I was watching the game at like a sports grill bar called the Hawaiian. I was very young, watching it with my grandfather. But yeah, it was just a wild thing. He looked over at me, had a tracheotomy. He's just like, these boys are serious. You know, like Washington. He loved Gibbs, right? And Washington was supposed to be the team. Well, I guess San Francisco was still the team too, but Washington was still having themselves a pretty decent franchise. And Poppy looked over at me. He's like, these boys are serious, man. And sure enough, they went on a tear that year. But man, yeah, just watching these glory years, of the Cowboys and thinking, when the hell is this ever going to return? And I'm sitting here questioning, is Jerry doing business bad, or is Jerry doing business the wrong way? He's doing business the same way he was back then.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing has changed. Like, especially
changed.
with Emmitt Smith, waiting, the Emmitt Smith holdout, standing his ground. Emmitt Smith missing 2 games, they go 0-2, and then he gets paid. They make him $13.1 million, or just enough to be, the highest paid running back. Jerry sets that precedent. Like, all of his guys, he takes care of and makes them the highest paid guy in their position, usually.
He does business now just like he did then. I mean, the whole thing with the Emmitt thing is where you go back and you listen to it and you can parallel so much to what's going on with Micah right now. And it's like,
or anyone, right? Like,
yeah.
But Micah, I mean, there hasn't been a player like, or is Micah is actually a gift, right? You guys didn't think that you guys would actually get Micah Parsons.
Yeah, that kind of fell to the Cowboys, and again, you take advantage of that. I mean, this is why this is so silly, and that you have this going on. But then you watch that stuff, and again, my wife said the same thing. She's like, "Okay, I understand a lot of people's frustration with Jerry Jones, but it's really hard to not respect and kind of like that guy."
And here's the thing too, I didn't realize how much passion he had for ball. Right,
crazy, isn't it?
Like I thought this was just. I'll be real with you. I thought this was him being selfish and him trying to, to relive his glory years of college or whatever, or him, becoming, him being a shortcoming on the field and trying to, I guess, live vicariously through other people. But that's not it. Like that's my mistake, or my, I guess, the way I've mistakenly looked at Jerry Jones, right? Like the dude, it's his passion for ball, and me thinking that he just wants to be at the front of the the press conferences so that he can steal all the thunder. That's not it. Like the dude lives, breathes, sleeps, shits ball, man. Like that's just what he does, dude. And you got to respect it. You just do. Like a lot of people would have let the dream go or said, man, it's past me, man. He just wanted to find a way to be around the game, and from nothing. I mean, as a nothing salesman, to build his way up to where he's at now. I mean, $8 billion. That's what they're worth now, right? 8 billion with a B.
12, I think, almost
12 billion with a B.
12.8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you, any current or future owner of a National Football League organization needs to thank that dude, because he transformed the way business is done in the NFL. And that's what's so weird, that Jerry did all of that, like with sponsorships and TV contracts and all of that, but yet he's still very antiquated in like how he wants to handle. But he's very much about the one-on-one, B2B, business to business.
And I don't remember, like, and to that point too, right? To the marketing deal, right? Of course, he got that from his dad. His dad was a marketing genius. I don't remember other players or like Randall Cunningham and Herschel Walker and like the studs at the top of the league were getting some endorsements, right? But almost everybody on the Cowboys was getting an endorsement. Yeah. Like that's Jerry Jones. Like that's salesman, that's marketing, that's advertisement 101, man. So, and
it's those days of the Cowboys, and they kind of touch on it a little bit there, but they're just kind of talking more about the bigger stars at that point of the 90s, where it's like you would turn off. Look, what the Cowboys did, they helped transform sports radio into what it is today.
Oh, sure, yeah,
because it was of the
Coaches
Cowboys
shows and shit.
Yeah, I mean, it was sports radio radically changed because of the Dallas Cowboys, and it was because everybody had a show. It was like assistant coaches, backup players. I mean, all of these dudes. I mean, it's frustrating as shit, but it's really hard to not sit back and look at this and say, man, the dude's a genius. I mean, say what you want to say.
So, and this right here too, to Troy's point,
I know,
dude, I was that person, right? Like, I never gave Jerry any of the credit either. Like, I always thought it was Jimmy that knew the ball, right? Like, well, Jimmy was the brains. Jimmy was the X's and O's. This guy's trying to steal the thunder. You know what I mean? That was me as an outsider looking in, as a Giants fan looking in. Like, I didn't understand the dynamic of that relationship and, you know, just how involved Jerry Jones was. And it was, I'm glad, you know what? I'm glad I went back and watched this.
You can watch the one part where they're talking. It was before the second Super Bowl, before the '93 Super Bowl against the Bills. Oh yeah, they were both against the Bills. Where they're sitting there talking to Bob Costas.
Yeah, the Bills owned the '90s, or at least the first part of the '90s, man.
They're sitting there talking to Bob Costas, and Costas asked Jimmy, "Do you appreciate his football acumen?" And he says, you know, he kind of stumbles around, and then he pretty much says, "No." You can see Jerry Jones gritting his teeth and his temples bulging.
Yeah, I did not see that.
Pissed him off. And
I did not see that. And that, I mean,
oh, sorry.
Now I understand. That's okay. I mean, but now I understand the whole relationship, or at least the fallout. Rather, it wasn't just about football. You know what I mean? Like, kind of insults. You know, especially if they were that close in college. You know what I mean? Like, dude. I understand that you all had an agreement going into it. He was the business and you were the football, but I mean, you at least got, if somebody knows ball, you have to at least take their, opinion for what it's worth, or at least for something, right? Like, especially if this guy viewed the team, dude, and gave you your, I don't know. My point is, my perspective on this thing absolutely has shifted. I thought that I was Team Jimmy for a lot of my time, like grown up. I think I've shifted. Like, I'm sure both sides, played a part in the demise of the relationship, or the tarnish of the relationship. But for the most part, for me watching this documentary, this is on Jim. Like, that breakup's on Jimmy.
Here we go. Let me cross my legs.
Pride, or wait, what are we going to hear? Uncle Ron.
Uncle Ron. Pride and ego are such. I mean, little bitty word.
Yeah.
Ego.
Cook, Rodney. Cook.
Ego is what absolutely destroyed this. And here's what I was thinking about. So they finally patched things up, and Jimmy goes into the Ring of Honor. And now this comes out, and it's like, okay, are they going to be like severed once again?
Jerry, if you. Even in the first couple of episodes, Jerry's not speaking ill will about Jimmy.
No, not at all. The appreciation is still very much there, but it's funny where there are times still, I think, with Jimmy where you see him and he kind of wants to bite his tongue, but the more he talks about
he's a stubborn old bull. Like, he just really, like, God damn, you can't win for losing, dude. Shut your mouth. You know what I mean? Or appreciate something. And I'm sure I'm sure he does. And remember, man, this is how he was when he was at Miami too. Like, it's all me. Like, it is my show. So, and when he was at the Hurricanes, that's how it was. And he expected the same way, to be the damn dictator when he was at Dallas. So it's just.
And this goes back to with Jerry. You have to think that with Jerry, the investment, the gamble, and I like where he talks about, again, I'm trying not to give away too much, but
again, it's history. Like, I'm just going down memory lane. That's all.
In the Emmett stuff, he talked about with paying Emmett, he was like, we were generating money, but we still weren't generating
enough money yet. It hadn't turned over. He don't have that oil. He doesn't have the $12 billion that he has now. That's why. And that's where I got it right. But then, as soon as he said that, I started thinking about the Micah deal. I was just like, well, you got the money now.
You got the money now. This is just the way they operate. And here we are talking about the Cowboys, and they don't have a snowball's chance in hell to win the Super Bowl, Wags.
Yeah, you know what? Chip a chair and a prayer. But to that point, the NFL season does start on Thursday, and we would be remiss if we didn't give our breakdowns, at least of our division winners or representations of the conference.
Next Thursday.
Correct. Thank you.
Hey, our man Spencer Rattler, a starter
Yeah, how about this? The Saints era has begun with Spencer. Now, clearly, you're thinking what I'm thinking, right? Like this.
I'm thinking if I'm a Saints fan, I'm thinking why would I need Arch Manning? I've got Spencer Rattler.
Good point. All right, but this is clearly you're laying up, you're forming the bridge for Arch to come to New Orleans, right? Like this, you're not saying that Spencer Rattler's this great. You're just this is what we're going with to wait it out until Arch comes.
That has to be right. I mean, just with
2 years too, by the way. New Orleans planned for 2 years. This is a 2-year thing.
I mean, you would think, and I mean, yeah, and you know, Arch adds fuel to the fire to where it's like, well, I don't know where Archie came up with him saying that I'll be back at Texas, but man, we ain't even snapped the ball against Ohio State yet, and here we are back down this Arch to the Saints thing.
If DeVito clears waivers, he needs to take his ass down to New Orleans.
Oh yeah, all right. You think he can make jambalaya?
He can make something happen there. I'm telling you, if they're going with Spencer Rattler, if Indianapolis is going with Daniel Jones, there's some moves that DeVito can play here that can make.
And then you still have the old rookie. What's his name? Tyler Shuck.
Yeah. And that dude, what I thought they were going to go with him. He was balling out in the preseason, but
I thought they'd go that route too. But
maybe they do. Maybe they play this like New York's kind of playing with Jackson Dart. Maybe they let Spencer Rattler. Maybe they let the wily veteran Spencer Rattler, who's still in his rookie deal, lead the way for the first quarter of the season. And if it fails or if they stumble abruptly, then insert the rookie here, and maybe they let some things happen.
I think it's like the Saints they're kind of in that situation where the Giants are not in this situation, where the Saints are like, okay, insert victim, starting quarterback. Their depth chart should say insert victim.
Like I thought the Saints were okay on defense too, though, right? Like I thought the Saints, what didn't they go 4-3-0, 3-0 last year, right out of the gate. Like they had a hot start. They had a decent start. But yeah, like I see a little bit of that double R, but I think that the Saints aren't as bad as everybody's making them out. Like I feel like their defense is somewhat intact. They're missing in the quarterback room, right?
Yeah. And they're in the South. So there's that, so
yeah, you have to say, yeah, and that's the other thing that contradicts from the Giants. The Giants are in a juggernaut and a gauntlet of a division there too. So
with cut day, you had Hunter Renfrow, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, maybe some of the names right there that are going to be out floating. Cam Akers again. Cam Akers.
Did Renfrow make the team? I didn't see that.
No, he's cut. He got cut from the Panthers. So that dude's out and about. Of course, DeVito, Shiloh Sanders.
Is Renfrow going to go back to what was he doing? Selling refrigerators?
He was with the Panthers. I think he was with the Panthers.
No, I know, but before that, after he left the Raiders, I think he was a salesman or an insurance salesman or some shit like that.
Yeah, he might be selling what are them vacuum cleaners? What are them famous
Hoovers?
Vacuum cleaners?
Hoovers?
Yeah, Hoover or Kirby. Those Kirby's, you can paint a car with it. You could like hook up a spray rig and like paint a car with a Kirby vacuum cleaner. Anyway, a name, Hendon Hooker from Detroit cut. And it's like you see some of these names and it's like, wow, that's a big name. Same thing with Cam Akers, but it's like, well, yeah, but they're a little past their time. Deuce Vaughn, the deuce is loose.
Nick kind of said that he foresaw that happening too, right? Like as good of a third week that Deuce had, he didn't think that Deuce would be retained. It's just too much of a running. Yeah, it really sucks because, and hopefully he finds a way to make a team somewhere and continue playing ball. But it sucks because you and I both, this kid has a sophomore.
I love the
high
dude.
school. You know what I mean? Like, and again, yeah, exactly. Being able to talk to him almost every other game for a couple of years, like he's not just a good football player. He's just a solid guy. Comes from a solid family too. I mean, just. He's gonna, regardless of what happens with his football career, he's gonna have a fantastic career with whatever he does next. He's an upstanding individual.
And this is where it's, I mean,
hard to not root for him, Rodney. It's hard to not root for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just a good kid. Always has been. But this is where, man, the league for Deuce Vaughn, I think there's probably a situation somewhere. I'd have to really think about it to where maybe, because he would be more to me of a situational gadget guy.
Right. I've thought that too. Like Bucky Irvin kind of found that little nut. I guess.
A little scat back kind of guy. I mean, I don't mean
yeah, I guess that's short, I was going to call him a little nugget back, but a little scat back there. Kind of like a Sproles vibe, right? And that's the comp that I've always given Deuce Vaughn is like Sproles, but I'm trying to figure out who.
Just not big enough. He just wasn't big enough. I don't mean in height.
Sure, I got you.
He just didn't quite have the strength, I think. But there's got to be a play. I hope he gets another opportunity. I really do, because
I don't see a team that can honestly use him. That's the thing.
I really don't.
Maybe Seattle, maybe based off the style that they play.
Yeah,
but that's tough.
I mean, he might be kind of like a prototypical Miami kind of guy. By the way,
he could work in that type of offense, a timing offense.
Yeah,
he could work in that.
Yeah, with the speed guys, you kind of throw some Deuce Vaughn in there out of the slot. Quinn Ewers
coming out of the backfield, right, and then having Tua, throw to him, getting him into a. Of course, this is optimistic thinking for Deuce Vaughn, but get him into a scenario where he's on a linebacker or whatever, and that's a mismatch. Sure, I could see that, but what's the chances of him signing with another team? Not likely, in my opinion.
Hey, Wagner,
where do you want to go next?
It could be Quinn Ewers throwing to him, because Quinn Ewers made the team despite what
he did. Quinn Ewers did make the team. Quinn Ewers made the team. So are you shocked at that, or did you think he was going to get cut?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, I figured he would make the team, and I hope he's ready to play. I mean, because like we said, Tua, God love him, but it's like not if, when, unfortunately.
Hypothetical. Could Quinn start for New Orleans?
Oh man, that's a good call.
That's a no. That's a no.
I'll take him over Spencer.
That's a trap question. I wanted to see how much he loved Quinn.
I love Quinn.
I don't think he's better than Spencer Rattler.
Quinn's a good dude. Quinn's a
great dude. Yeah. But I don't think at this point in their careers, I don't think he's better than Spencer Rattler. Yeah. I just don't like.
Hey, I'm just glad he's
Rattler for all of his hiccups. He's got 2 years of experience and 2 years of snaps in the NFL.
Yeah,
so
he's aged. So hey, I'm just glad Quinn's got a job. I'm glad that all the Longhorns.
Sure, yeah, they're getting a paycheck. Absolutely,
that's really what you want. Hey, Wags, right quick. How about a word from our friends at Covert?
Yeah, let me go pee real quick.
Yeah, get you fired up for football season. Here is Covert BK.
It's that time of year again. Football season is here, and we're ready to cheer on our favorite team.
That's right, Hayden. We're wishing the Horns a fantastic season. Go Longhorns.
At Covert Bee Cave, we know how important this season is to our community. That's why we're offering unbeatable deals on all our vehicles.
So whether you're tailgating at the game or cruising through the hill country, do it in style with a vehicle from Covert Bee Cave. Go Horns.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. I've got my Covert Bee Cave hat on today, courtesy of the great folks over at Covert Bee Cave. And also I have to say a very special being I saw on the Facebook today to our lovely friend Hayden. Hayden, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hayden. Hayden's birthday. So think about that throughout the day as our great friend there, Hayden Covert, celebrating a birthday today. Also got to tell you, there's a brand new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you need to call Hurricane Heck. That's Ryan Hurricane Heck, your personal go-to injury attorney right here in the Austin, Texas area. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for Texans. He's not just a lawyer, friends. He's a Longhorn through and through, like so many of us. If you're injured on the job, if you're injured in a car accident, something random where you're going to have that need for a personal injury attorney, there's one phone call you got to make, 512-938-8929. Don't trust these other folks that are doing all these crazy things on television, spending a lot of money on these zany TV commercials, standing on cars, yielding 2x4s like Hacksaw Duggan and all those different things. Forget that. You're not going to get to deal with them if you have that need for a personal injury attorney. When you make that phone call at 512-938-8929, you're going to talk to Ryan and you're going to deal with Ryan. And you don't pay unless you win. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it happen. He's been doing it for over a decade for folks like you and me. Over a decade. over a decade, this dude's been taking care of this. Austin-based, Texas proud, friend of the show, fighter for the people. Don't let those big insurance companies bully you around. We're not doing let's make a deal. That's not what this is all about. This is all about getting money into your pocket because he knows what you are going through. Check him out today. Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Again, that number, 512-938-8929. Hit him up today if you have that need. Store that in your phone. Also have to talk about McCall Custom Homes. Our man Mike McCall. Hey, man, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Go check out the gallery of projects right there. Whatever you may be looking to do, if you want that outdoor space coming up for the summertime, starting to feel a little fallish. I actually have to head to Uvalde tomorrow, Wags. I've got some events that I'll be working on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. So I'm going to Uvalde, and I was checking out the forecast.
You going to be back for Monday?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'll be back for Monday. You betcha. Actually, I'll be on location in Uvalde Monday. I'll be at the whatever the hotel's called. But if you're looking now that it's cooler, or you need that indoor project, whether it be a master bath renovation, a living room renovation, it is McCall Custom Homes. Get that estimate from Mike, 512-633-9580. Again, when you call these phone numbers that we throw out, we're going to talk about Tom McKay here in a little bit. You're talking to those folks, and they're going to take care of you. We build value into your home, is what McCall Custom Homes says. Check out the A+ Better Business Bureau rating. Check out the Google 5 stars. You might even see Double R's name on there in that 5-star review, because I am a satisfied customer. For over 40 years, family owned and operated, a father-son team. It is McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. It's 512-633-9580. Check them out today. Wags, I said it a while ago when you were gone.
What's up?
I played the covert spot.
Quick. Sorry, I'm me, ADHD, dude. How often do you pee?
How often do I pee?
Yeah, how often do you take this?
At night, usually 2 times. 2 times a night.
Like during the day. Like
during the day, well, depends what I'm doing. If I would say on average once an hour, probably, to be honest with you. I drink a lot of water.
That's what's going on. I've cut out the soda, and I've been drinking coffee, and I've been drinking like lots of water, and I am frequently going. And now at first I thought that I was just flushing my body out, everything, but because I don't remember when I was this hydrated in the Marines, I don't remember pissing this much. I just don't. Now, of course, you're sweating a lot of your fluids out too, but yeah, I mean, I am Rodney. I'm like 30 minutes, every 30 minutes, man, I gotta go. And I'm not like, you know, I can hold it. I'm to the point where I'm starting to wiggle, I'm starting to move, and like I'm doing my legs here. When you start doing this, like I gotta piss, man. I really gotta go, dude.
Doing the pee walk. Do you so I mean, not to get into Tom Herman right here. So is your pee clear? Is your pee
it's glowing? See right through it now. I mean,
look at that. Well,
it used to be some neon green shit. You know what I mean? Like,
it's like check it out. Yeah,
it used to be some stuff you send to outer space, right?
Yeah, it's like lime green Gatorade. Damn, I hadn't drink Gatorade this week.
This was like ecto cooler type of shit. Like this shit, just radiation popping off at it.
Yeah. So Wags, do you want to go NFL? Do you want to go?
Let's go where I mean, you drive it, baby.
Let's talk some Texas.
Ooh, all right. Where do you want to go first?
Is there a game this week or something that
I think so. It feels like that.
We might need to touch on a little bit. Steve Sarkisian earlier this week.
How's your nipples? Are your nipples hard?
Dude, I'm just excited. I'm like, I wake up in the morning and it's like, it's football.
You're excited? Feel my nipples. Great line.
I'm like, finally, after all this time. And I told my wife that a couple weeks ago. I'm like, we're almost at football season. She's like, so what? I mean, you got car race season, you got all this other stuff that's always on and on. I'm like, it's not the same. It is not the same.
Do you all have to plan date nights?
What's that?
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we do. It's like, so where I've tried to get better is like, so she has, I was telling you, she's got her Wednesday book night, whatever that is. So they do that on Wednesday night. So I've tried to change like my revved up live cast. I've tried to move that to Wednesday nights. That way, when she's gone, I'm actually doing. And, you know, our date nights are like, so we watch the, you know, we have a Monday night set to where we watch the Yogurt Shop documentary that's been going on, which now we finished that.
All right.
So we do that on Monday, and like last night we watched the Jerry Jones, and I might watch something with her.
Now that's cool. Like usually, if I'm watching something, I'm watching what she's watching. It's very rare that we're watching out of my catalog. So
the Jerry Jones was my idea, and I'm like, but it was like where you wouldn't be interested in maybe checking out, and she's like, oh no, I think that'd be great.
You know what? I take that. I gotta walk that back, dude. She's gonna beat me up for that. We're watching Rome. I recommended Rome.
Yeah,
and she's going through with it. And it's only 2 seasons, and she's like, man, this is pretty awful. Not just like it's cruel, like gruesome, right? And I was just like, yeah, well, I mean, if you can handle Game of Thrones, you can handle Rome.
Yeah,
it's case in point.
Well,
anyways, I do this to you all the time, man. I throw you off. Where do you want to go first?
Where I had to get better, Wags, is because what she will tell me is like me last night. You wouldn't be interested. Oh yes, it's like she tells me or has told me you wouldn't be interested in whatever, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. No, I wouldn't. I've had to get better at. Of course.
And she's done that to me too. Like there's a detective movie on or tell like this thing called Tell Me Lies or whatever. She goes, you wouldn't like this, and I'm just like,
but dude, I go off in these crazy tangents because I figured out this week. I think I knew this, but so 25 years ago this week, Hurricane Katrina, all that mess. 8 years ago this week, Hurricane Harvey. So it's like I've been consumed by the Weather Channel watching all of that.
Gotcha, old man.
Nobody wants to watch that with me. I mean, it would have to be weather nerds that would want to watch that with me.
Trey Elling might watch it with you.
He might watch that with me.
He might watch it with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve Sarkisian this week, game week. Here's Sark getting us ready for game.
It's go be him. You know, that's really our messaging to all of our players, though. You know, you don't have to do anything you've never done before. You don't have to. We're not asking any superhuman efforts of you to do anything that is extraordinary. Just go be you. What you've done is good enough to get us to this point. And to get him to this point in this juncture of his career, now go play the way he's capable of playing to the style that he's comfortable doing it. And so, I'm not a big, the best way I speak to our players is me remaining consistent with who I am. And I think, one of the mistakes sometimes coaches can make is having more talks, more conversations, more one-on-one meetings than you would normally have. Well, now I'm out of character for me, which then in turn can get them out of character. So we'll stick to the routine and the plan of when I meet with the quarterback individually and try to put ourselves in position to go play well.
You know, what's so awesome when Sark speaks is just, it's like you're having a conversation with a two-way conversation. Right? It's not just it's not just receiving a message, right? Like it's got to be great for your players to know that you can go and just communicate and not just receive something, right? Like, which is great. Like, receiving, messages and knowledges is a gift in football, of course, but to be able to communicate that and let your coach, know what, you're thinking or what works best for you. And to hear Sark say that he needs to be consistent and not, you hear so many people talk about leadership, right? And how you got to, lead in different ways and change, just because you can lead this person one way doesn't mean you're going to lead, the next person the same way. You might have to find a different approach. That's true. But also what Sark is saying too is stay consistent with your character too. That way you're not confusing everybody. You know what I mean? That would, the people that you're leading, they actually know that, all right, well, this is consistent with, the flow or the philosophy. So I know that if I'm in this realm at all, we're at a good point. That's, I don't know. It's just to be where we are now from where we were, where you couldn't even talk to Mensa because he was just up here and everybody else was down here. I'm just very grateful. Regardless of where we even go with the season, I'm very grateful to have Steve Sarkisian. And this is coming from a guy that clowned him when we knew that he was coming. It's like, oh, look at what he did at Washington. Oh, is this guy going to be drinking again? Like, I was that asshole, okay? And I'm sitting here grateful that we have Steve Sarkisian as a coach.
I think so much of when you listen to not just football, anything where they talk about buy-in, where you have to have the buy-in from your associates, from your teammates, from your whatever it is. When you have somebody that really is, and again, you can kind of dress stuff up like what we were talking about with Jerry Jones. What you watch this dude in the documentary, that's Jerry Jones. I mean, he can't mask it, and he doesn't try to. And I think the same thing with Steve Sarkisian is that dude comes in and he talks to you very matter of fact. Yeah, we get coaching cliches and maybe some stuff doesn't get answered, but you have to think that when he's in that locker room with his guys, that he's going to talk to them, a father figure, a brother, or whatever it may be. And when we talk about buy-in, it's not so much about buy-in, it's believing. And he has that tendency when you listen to stuff like that.
Yeah, and I usually it's usually genuine and not coach speak, right?
Absolutely. If I'm talking to Steve Sarkisian and I'm going through something that I think maybe whatever, and he tells me believe in yourself and everything that he just talked about, odds are I'm going to be a hell of a lot more apt to go ahead and kind of take the bait and do what he's saying.
Right.
And I think that's really the whole progression of this to like
run through a effing wall, dude.
Yeah,
you know,
dude.
like
That's what you want. And I think that's why you and I talk about high school coaches and coaches that we've dealt with. And I still talk to so many coaches now because when I listen to them, they tell me things. I can still use the shit they tell me in regular life.
Right.
You know, a while back when I was kind of in between stuff.
I think, you know, lessons in football transcends the lessons in life. It's working with others, working with people, putting others before you. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. When I got, my last job in real estate, when I got laid off and that thing, I was talking to one of the coaches and I'm like, one of my old coaches. And I'm like, man, I'm pretty down on myself. This sucks. I feel like I'm not worthy. And the speech he gave me was like, holy shit, you know, and that's what these guys do. And you hear that from Sark and it's like, there's no wonder why he's able to recruit the way that he does and why this team is totally sold and ready to make a championship run. It's leaps and bounds from Tom Herman. And Charlie, it's like Charlie, it was just kind of in over his head a little bit, you know, where he could have been that guy.
He was Charlie was baking a cake. What else we got from Sark?
Let's go diving in here. Here's a little more from Steve Sarkisian earlier.
I assume he was talking when he
sorry about that.
Excuse me. I assume when he was talking originally, he was talking about Arch, right? And
Yeah. That was originally on Arch. Here's more.
I think we trust our.
Oh, sorry, but yeah, actually, let's do that. Let's go to Ryan Day. So we've heard Sark's. Let's listen to Ryan Day from Ohio
the
State.
message is just win. Find a way to win. I think when you start setting expectations, you can get yourself out of whack. We're going to take it one play at a time. He's got a good group of guys around him. He's got a good defense. He's got good special teams, a good offensive line, good skill guys. He needs to lean into those players and find a way to win the game. You know, we'll try to get him into a rhythm and then go from there. And that's really it. You know, it's a start. It's the first game, and you know, we're excited for him. You know, you're seeing him every day get more and more confident, more and more comfortable in what we're trying to do. But you know, we got to get out in the field and play, and it's about time.
I assume he's referring to Julian Sand as well.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's of course, you know, your coach is going to back you up, but I hope that's not how it's really happening. I hope he's not getting more and more confident. I'm sure he is with the reps that he's having, but it's easy to find confidence with that wide receiver room. Kind of what we were talking about yesterday, right? Like when you, or not just yesterday, but all week long, when you have people like Tate and Smith that are around. I don't even know why it should be Smith and then Tate, right? Like I keep saying Tate first before Smith. But yeah, like these two dudes can just blow the doors off of you and then also just eat you up inside the hashes too, right? They can run any damn route. And the secondary, I do have concerns for the secondary, right? But I think they'll be, again, going back to this, I think the secondary will be okay because of how much pressure that we will get off of the edges. Right? Like you can mask a secondary pretty easily, or at least for a little bit, with a good pass rush. And as long as you have that, I think we'll be okay. My confidence isn't starting to dwindle, right? Like, I guess the more. This is why I wanted to have a Buckeyes representative on here too this week, just to kind of, you know, hey, bring me a little bit down to earth. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm starting to feel like the 10-point lead. You know what I mean? And maybe it's squandered. Maybe it gets to 7. You know, in the fourth quarter. But I thought we were going to have a nice 4-point victory. my confidence is growing a little bit there, amigo. I'm starting to feel like this is starting to feel like a 10-point game, and that scares the living shit out of me, right? Like we shouldn't be favored by this much. There's no damn way, and I shouldn't feel this confident about it. So something's off here, and we got to figure out why. Let's hear some more sound from Day.
So, the thing is, so much of this is going to be on the two quarterbacks, and again, we know that it's not going to be, I'm just saying, or Arch. It's everybody else that's going to win this, to help win this game.
And maybe my pessimistic just tone and overall style and approach to things, especially with the Longhorns, maybe that has kind of, I don't know, just been like the blinder of how realistically how we would approach this game, or just how much more dominant Texas could in fact be. But ultimately, Rodney, we all and everybody listening, you guys know this. I come in with a very negative mindset so that I'm not disappointed. And I was thinking that the Longhorns were going to win, but the margin was going to be narrow. But as we get closer to kickoff, Double R, man, I don't know, man. I was talking to myself last night, and I was just like, all right, I could see this at 7. I could see this 7. And the more research I did this morning, I'm just like, Jesus, man, this might be 10.
Yeah, my confidence is not waning. And that's where, like you were talking about, I'd really love to know. Again, they're going to tell you whatever, Ohio State. And again, there's no reason, I guess, that they shouldn't. But it's like after the fact last year, after Michigan, with the big build up into that game, I talked to some friends that are Michigan supporters, avid Michigan supporters. And they were like, we kind of had a feeling that was going to happen just because you guys, being Texas, y'all were better equipped and better prepared for that moment that early in the season. And that's kind of what I'm thinking is happening again. But Ryan Day, defending national champions. I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing around that. Here's more from Coach Day earlier.
I don't know. Steve's a great play caller, always has been. And, I'm sure he has his method for doing that. Usually, most guys who are, scripting games are trying to get the quarterback into a rhythm, so I'm sure they're going to want to do that with Arch, and then he's probably trying to identify what he's got out there, and different formations, different groupings, trying to ID what is going on in the field, and so it's usually a combination of those things. You want to move the ball, but you also want to get down the field and you want to score, and then also identify what's going on the field. What are you seeing? And I'm sure that'll be his plan. His scripts are very well known for having a lot of success. So, we got to do a great job of recognizing what they're trying to do and get him on the ground.
So there's a couple things that I'm taking away from that. All right. I think Steve already knows what he wants to do. Right. So, and a lot of times when we speak and when we're guessing about stuff, we're giving our own insecurities, or we're putting an assumption on someone with a little bit of our own insecurities. Okay. I think their plan is to identify this, right? And of course it's week 1. So everybody should be doing this, especially if you're getting a new quarterback. We don't have a new quarterback. Like, sure, he's taking over the helm for Quinn Ewers, but he's had reps last year. Okay. He's played with this same unit. Okay. So the rapport's still there. Sayin is still kind of finding his vibe, right? And this is kind of where I've been last night and this morning. Like, saying, sure, I've read what Phil Steele says with the wide receiver room that he has, they should be able to replicate the same type of numbers and production that they had last season. I understand that. However, they're also playing Texas in week 1. And the defense is usually up to par and up to snuff before the offense catches up. Correct? That's why you spend so much more time on the offense than you do defense. Installing new plays, and it's just getting on the timing patterns and getting your hand and arm signals. It takes more time than it does for the defense. We're basically, I don't agree with the reactionary defense. I agree with being aggressive and making the offense react to you, but most of the defensive approach is reactionary defense.
And I think so much of it is where I think this even falls in line better for Texas is with Coach Sark. We can talk about play calling and all these different things. How long has he had to come up with this game plan? A long time. And I think that's a very dangerous situation if you're the opposition going against Steve Sarkisian, where he's had all of this time to scheme different things up. and this is why I like it being game one, to where it's like, because we did hear that was the talk of camp, to where the defense is that much ahead of the offense. But now here you come into game one, and I'm here to tell you that this defense, we're going to see so much movement, I think, on this defense in the early part of this game, Wags, where they're going to be doing different things. And Sayan's going to hear voices in his head that aren't even happening, I think, because that's all this movement that we're going to see. And as Texas even, I think it's just a scheme, if anything, disguising stuff, where you move linebackers around and then boom, off the edge, here they come.
So we've mentioned double sticks quite often, right? But a guy that's also going to come into his own, and I don't even know what the assignment's going to be for Trey Moore, right? But you'd like to think that he's going to be able to continue, or he's just going to build off the season that he had. And it was quiet most of the season for Trey Moore last year, but he started to emerge late in the season, right? Burke always makes a play. He's just it's like Taff, right? It's like Mookie. They just their nose always seems to be around the ball. Okay, maybe that's the Westlake, just kind of embedded football into them. And maybe that's just they got a good solid nose for the ball. Maybe that's just kind of in their DNA. I don't know. It's coincidental that it's both with those dudes. But Burke, I know he doesn't get much time, but when he's in there, he makes the most of his time. He's very efficient with it, right? So if Sayan's going one way and he's pressured by Simmons, and he tries to retreat and go the other way, and he's getting back pressured by Burke, and then he tries to go up the middle and he's got some pressure by Moore, and Moore's just there, and then Hill's scraping too. I mean, where's this guy gonna go? Like, that's my point, okay? And if you're not reactionary, and PK usually isn't, right? PK usually does, make the opposition play into his hand. If you can be aggressive and play downhill immediately and force Ohio State into or outside of their game plan, get after them, have Sayan constantly moving and never comfortable. Because going to the point and going back to America's team or whatever, Troy Aikman made a really good point, and it happens for everybody, like in every game, not just the Super Bowl or not just your Friday night lights at high school, right? Sure, the Super Bowl is going to be more of a magnitude, but the game always is just so much faster in the first two series. And then it just, all of a sudden, it just slows down. It does. It's unexplainable. The game just slows down. No, it is explainable. It's your emotions, right? It's your butterflies. It's your, anticipation. It's your anxiety. It's all that coming into it. It's all your mixed bag of emotions, right? And then suddenly it all leaves and it just slows down. Man,
it's, I think about this now that I'm a professional golfer. Every time that I go out to tee off,
get the hell out of here.
Every time that I'm so angst and ready to go to tee off from that first tee box, and I take that swing and then have to use my breakfast ball to where it can really work well, where you shoot it right down into the fairway, or you whiff and you hit it off to the left, to where it's like all of that aggression, where it's just like you're ready to go to start the game. And to the Trey Moore thing, I think so. Think about this. So you've always had, even at Smithson Valley, you had Trey Moore coming off of the edge, maybe in a 2-point stance, whatever. You're going to let this dude stand back there in a linebacker type situation where he's upright, surveying the field, and he's already fast. Imagine that. Just think about
curious to how it's like. I'm curious if it's going to get in the way or mess with Hill. You know what I mean?
I know that's where I think that you could have. That's a
two,
lot.
Two of these dudes scraping is going to be fantastic. But I want to understand the assignment more a little bit. I wish we had a little bit more sound on that. Asking PK what Moore's role was going to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, I'm excited. Like, and I'm trying to be real, but at the same time, I'm very optimistic. It's starting to feel like that Michigan vibe, man. I approached this thing. And I think it was the pessimistic side of me that was just kind of keeping it to a 4-point margin, right? But the more I dissect into this and the more I hear audio, it's just I hear a lot more confidence coming from the Texas side of the house than I do the Ohio State side of the house, right? When I'm hearing Day speak and when I hear Sark speak. Also, like, they might be a little bit more I can't even say that. I was going to give them a little bit more of an edge on defense, being able to supplement and find it the defense rather. But no, the 7 that we return on defense are core components of the defense, right? The only questions that we have are maybe the secondary, and I've already mentioned that you can mask the secondary with an impressive edge rush or just a front 4 domination, which you are absolutely going to get with the Texas front here, right? If it's not double sticks, it's going to be Burke, Trey Moore, and Anthony. Like, there's just nowhere to go. There's just not. Like, this is going to be a special defense. And again, like, the offense gets getting a lot of love. It's getting a lot of hype because of Arch. I get that, but the defense, man, the defense was good last year. Was great last year. It's gonna be great. Losing Makuba sucks, but the defense is going to be okay. Muhammad's going to be okay. We're going to be okay.
Manny Muhammad is going to be the guy. I said it yesterday. It's like that was the one guy where I hope that he's gone back and listened to last year where it's like, well, Manny Muhammad this or whatever. I hope he's gone back and listened.
You got to find a clink in armor somewhere, right? Or a vulnerability somewhere, right? Not to say that Muhammad was vulnerable, but in schemes sometimes that there's a natural hole.
Yeah,
there's just anybody that's played ball knows that. Especially in your zone. If you're playing zone, you look if the defense is in zone, look right behind the linebackers, right behind where the linebackers drop, and the safety is right there. That's the no zone, right?
Yeah,
that's a natural pocket.
Yeah. I mean, even some of my anxiety over the offensive line is starting to diminish a little bit because it's
I mean,
that's my spot.
I still have reservations there.
Yeah. So.
But here's the thing, too. Counterpoint. Sure, they're replacing an entire unit, but this line has played together as a unit.
Yeah.
So there's continuity there.
Absolutely.
Easy. What's up, amigo?
Wags, double R. Guess who's back, fellas?
Eric, I feel like we should be eating pizza. We need to go have some pizza somewhere, man.
Hey, oh man, they're not on my desk.
Are you in Texas? Are you still in Florida?
No, brother. I'm in Texas. I'm back in the Lone Star State.
Man, that's what I'm talking about.
Work is called in double R. I don't have them right here. Usually they're right at the spot on my desk. I still got my Via gift cards because I use those.
Me too. Got them on the island. Yep.
Listen, we got to get some pizza sometime, brothers.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it.
Here,
absolutely.
Hanging out with Jordy Scruggs.
Nice. What's on the slate, guys?
Some Texas, Ohio State.
Shocker.
Some other college football talk. Some man, I put out a story a couple days ago on the 2029 class. Yeah, that's a thing now. Those guys are now freshmen.
Okay.
And as someone who was 2021 in high school, I can't imagine what y'all feel like because it makes me feel old.
Come on, man. That's the most backhanded. Yeah.
You know what's weird, Jordan? It's the
signing off right now.
Rodney and Eric can probably attest to this too. It's the actors or the actresses that I grew up watching. They're dying. And it's just like, oh man, or the musicians, you know what I mean? They're dying of old. Some of them are partying, dying of cardiac arrest, right? But some of them are passing peacefully, and it's just like telling us, like, damn, dude, like, what? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I'm 45, just bought a pool as my midlife crisis. So yeah,
then they say Pamela Anderson looks like an old lady. What?
Well, yeah, she's 60. That maths too. But anyways, guys, we're gonna get out of your hair, man. I can't wait to hear what y'all got to talk about. Hey, Eric, good to see you, man. Good to have you back.
Okay, boys.
Wait, hold up, real quick.
Yeah. What's up?
Y'all talking about old actresses. Did y'all see the Jamie Lee Curtis photos?
Yes.
Wait, no.
Y'all were foaming at the mouth, huh?
No, I didn't see. What hold on. You can't give a half-cocked comment like that and not pull it up.
My screen sharing's been broken. I called BK.
Oh, all right. So I'll
go do research.
Yeah, you saw
it.
You saw it. Okay.
I haven't seen it. I'll go do research real quick.
Yeah. I saw it, and then I went back to Trading Places.
I thought you were going to pull up my girl Sophia Vergara, man.
No, it's like I'm sure it'll have the same reaction, or y'all will have the same reaction that you did whenever Jerry Jones stuck Dolly Parton on Thanksgiving for the halftime show. It was Dolly Parton, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember that either, man. I'm sorry.
Man, that's a lot of cement holding that shit up.
Wags, why did I agree to come back? This is going to be Jordan.
Hey, you were following chaos theory, so you knew you were going to get a little bit of chaotic in the crosstalk. So
absolutely.
And the thing is, like, I think I'm 11 or 12 years old in Jordan, but like I'm going to get punched in the face weekly. Why did I agree to this?
Good to have you back, amigo.
Nah.
All right, fellas.
Have a good show, boys.
Y'all have a good one. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I am Jordan Scruggs. That is Eric Henry. Oh, we got to get a backdrop for you, so get your social handles.
It's in the system. I used to work here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not seeing it right now, so we got to get it back on there. BK or whoever's listening in the back. But for those curious, Will is now back in school. Still, I don't know what happened there. That's still a young pup. He's a senior at the University of Texas. So school's back in session. He can't be with us on Wednesdays anymore. So your guy, Eric Henry, will now be with us. But we are going to hop right into it. Texas, Ohio State coming up. Before we kind of break down the game, I wanted to ask you, like, is there anything that's really stood out to you from the press conferences this week and how Sark is – the things he has said, the things he hasn't said, like anything that's really stood out to you?
You know what? Not necessarily Sark. Jordan, first off, Jordan, appreciate you allowing me to hop on with you here Wednesdays. Shout out to BK as well for allowing me to hop on Wednesdays as well. We just had Pat Murphy of Bucknuts on, the flagship podcast. You can find it at horns247.com. And I was trying to get Wags because I didn't quite catch what he said. I don't know if he said that Texas felt more tight than Ohio State from what he was listening to from the pressers, or if Ohio State felt more tight than Texas. Because when we had Pat Murphy on, Pat was saying that Ohio State, Jordan, are actually this week kind of overhauling the way that they do media. They do their weekly availability. And this is per Pat, because obviously I don't cover the Buckeyes, but usually they'll get, players on one day, captains on a separate day, and then Ryan Day and coordinators on a separate day, right? Which, listen, covering Texas, that concept is just foreign to my brain, right? Because we get coordinators once a year, and the idea we get players multiple days, that's fascinating. But nevertheless, he said that they're kind of treating this week the way they do Michigan week, which is you get Ryan Day, you get one coordinator, and you get a handful of players all on one day, right? Which is more akin to how Texas does its media availability on Mondays. You get Steve Sarkisian, you get players all in one day. That's it. Jordan, you were there with me in Fayetteville, right, last year. And I'll never forget this. I shot this, and you said your screen sharing thing is out. I don't have the ability to share my screen because I would throw this up for the audience. I think you might have been still down the field at this moment when Texas came out. And they came out to that boss man D-Lo, get it in with me. And you saw Jaden Blue, Kelvin Banks, Jade, everybody just vibing, rapping the song spontaneously, right? And right in the middle, you saw Steve Sarkisian. And Sark, right in the middle. And Sark came back to that with the glasses on. I'm going to tweet out the video again, and I wish the audience could see it because it's actually a really great video. Like, they're entering the field like, yo, this is our home. And Sark came back to that the Monday after that game and said he knew his team was confident because, remember, this was Texas making its return to Arkansas, where they got smoked in 2021, right? And it's supposed to be this hostile environment, and the Hogs going to knock off top 5 ranked Texas. I can't remember if Texas was 3 or 2 at the time, right, or 1. They're going to do all this. And Texas took the field like, nah, we're here. So when you asked me, just back to your original question, what stood out to me, as you know, I wasn't there on Monday. I was dealing with a family matter, so appreciate, the whole crew, the whole staff at Horns 24/7 for holding things down while I was back home in Florida. But hearing Pat talk about Ohio State switching things up, because I don't know if they're nervous that the guys are going to say something that, might be bulletin board material or whatnot. That stands out to me because I firmly believe, Jordan, I'll pass it back to you on this, that this Texas team is going to come in confident.
Yeah, I think so as well. Damn, I wish we had screen sharing on, but I need you to get a video of them coming out of the tunnel. So do you remember Michigan, Ohio State last year when some Michigan reporter basically followed them from when they left the locker room to when they went on the field. And it was like this crazy video how like the brightness adjusts like as like this Michigan flag. And someone put on like the beast from Sicario and like the background of it. So that's some Michigan fan shit right there. But we need a video like that because like I wanted to go to this game, looked up some of the costs, and I was like, not happening, you know? So you got to do what I would have tried to do there. But I don't know, man. It's finally here. It's kind of nuts that we're 3 or 4 days away or whatever from this. But hey, we're here now. Also wanted to ask you, like, have you sensed anything different at all from Sark going into this season than you did from the past 2 seasons you've covered? Because, like, we got on this beat the same time, June of 2023, and, I mean, we've only seen them have winning seasons, right, at this point, and they've been playing in the playoffs. So I guess just, you know, what are your thoughts? Does Sark feel more confident at all, you know, or anything you've noticed?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting you mentioned that because I do kind of feel that Steve has gotten more confident as the years have gone on. There's 2 ways I'll kind of answer this, right? And I kind of wish we were having this discussion on like a Thursday, for example, because obviously we'll hear from Steve Sarkisian on Thursdays. Steve is notoriously short on Thursdays. Like he's in game mode. He's just ready to kind of, you know, get it over with, right? Monday, Steve is way different than Thursday, Steve. That's for sure. But in terms of year over year, yeah, I'm not going to lie. Jordan, I don't know if it's, you know, and I'm only giving you my own personal experience, like in the questions I ask him and kind of hearing other questions. But I definitely think coming off of 8-5, right, and feeling like I still got to, you know, floor it, you know, the gas, make sure I'm on these guys. It does feel in a way, and I wish I had a way for the audience to kind of, you know, summarize it, that he's a little more sure of what he has. That's the best way I'll sum it up, right? I think 2023 is like, I think we're heading in the right direction. I think I know what I have, right? And I'm not putting words in Steve's mouth. I'm just trying to give you the feeling I got from him, which is you kind of think you know what you have. Whereas you go to college football playoff back-to-back years, semifinal back-to-back years, 20, 25 yards away back-to-back years from, you know, at least tying the game or having a chance to play for a national title. I think you sense a little more assured of like, yo, my process is legit. My process is working. And again, let's not forget, Jordan, we're not talking about a dude like, you know, I guess I'll use the Bill Belichick example, who had won at every level he had been at prior, right? Sark was the quote unquote 7-win Sark at Washington. You know what happened at SC. It was like he got, you know, canned in Atlanta as an OC, right? The only real success that Steve Sarkisian had outside of, you know, the end of his Washington tenure and his time as an assistant, that was it. So, yeah, I think you do feel, to me, a little more like, I know what I have. I know that Texas, quote unquote, is back, as opposed to, nah, I got to keep the blinders on. Like, got to be, you know, straight and narrow because I'm still feeling this thing out, if that made sense.
Yeah. One thing I'd be curious of, like, I remember his opening press conference, or his, I guess, like, inauguration press conference almost in January of 2021. And then, you know, the press conferences he'd have in the offseason and those immediate following seasons, it's like, this doesn't look like my team at all, and we need it to look like my team or our team. You know, the staff I hired, we're used to coaching a certain level of dude. They came from Alabama or other places, and that dude ain't – those dudes ain't here in Austin right now. And I think going into the 2023 season was the first time he's like, this is really starting to look like my team. You know, so I'd be curious where it's like, hey, has it ever been more your team than anything else? Because I'm sure you know this, but this is the first season of the Sark era where there's no one left over from Herman.
Right.
In fact, the only like holdover that you could call would be Jalen Gilbo, and only because he originally committed to Texas under Herman. He gets fired. He decommits like the next day, and then he ended up at TCU, committed to Gary Patterson, and then he gets fired, and Texas flips him back on Thanksgiving Day in 2021. But outside of him, everyone else is committed to and signed for Sark. That wasn't the case last year. Jade Barron, Gunnar Helm, even JT Sanders. Some of those guys might not have played under Herman for a year like Jade did, but they signed in December of 2020 to play for Herman. And a month later, their coach was fired and they stuck it out. So, has he ever felt like it's more his team than now? I know that's kind of a layup softball question, but I'm just curious what he would say, what he would, where he would take that. But it is nuts to think about how far they've come, man, my whole life, it's like, oh, Texas, they got Baylor. This could not be a win. You know what I mean? And now it's like, yeah, Texas, they're going to go beat the shit out of Kentucky and Lexington, for the most part. Like that's the thought process for some of these games in the SEC. It's just nuts to think about how far they've come. CB said, Eric, you going to Columbus? I know you are, but what are your plans for getting there and getting back when you fly in and fly out?
Yeah, CB. I will be in Columbus. I'll be at every road game this year except for one. We're only sending one person to Mississippi State and Kentucky, so we split those. Chip Brown.
Sorry, side note. Do you get Lexington or do you get Stark Vegas?
Who do you think? Which trip do you think the old Chipper chose?
Lexington.
There you go. Yeah. To answer your question, Jordan,
you get sentenced to the Cowbells, my friend.
Dog, sentenced to the Cowbells. It's like I got to take a horse and buggy to catch a Greyhound to get to this damn Starkville, dog. Like I got to fly into
Memphis?
Jackson. I got to fly into Jackson, right? Because that's like the shortest distance. Then you got to drive 2 hours to Starkville. And I'm staying in coincidentally, Columbus, Mississippi, because ain't no hotels in Starkville, or at least none that are like under $1,000 for this game. So yeah, that's going to be fun. We're going to carpool to get back at 2 a.m. because we know they're going to make this a night game. And I ain't trying to drive from Starkville back to Columbus, Mississippi at 1 o'clock in the morning. I ain't doing that. To answer your question, dog.
Good idea.
Yeah, to answer your question. Now, I got the flight to I booked my flight super early. I'm going from Austin to Nashville to Columbus, same route back, staying over by the airport. So if you booked your travel early, and I'm curious like how Horns fans are doing this, how far in advance they booked their travel, it didn't come out to be that bad of a trip, Jordan. Like the old expense report, I've put forth higher expense reports for different trips. Definitely, the bowl games. I'm trying to think of regular season games where the expense report has been more. Michigan last year, like Detroit. Yeah, Detroit. The hotel in Detroit was more than it was in Columbus. The flight in Detroit was more than it was in Columbus. So yeah, this trip actually isn't that bad.
Man, I'm bummed I'm missing it, but I won't be saying that if they end up losing, and I can just go sit back on the couch instead of having to deal with airport travel. Have you ever covered a game in Columbus or ever been up to Columbus?
I've been to Columbus one time, but that was in a previous life when I was covering preps in Chicago. I ended up having to go to Columbus for a completely random reason. There was a hoops recruit who was going to Ohio State, but I've never been to a game, to a football game.
Well, you're media, so you should be good, but have your head on a swivel. And I know you're a professional. You won't be wearing any burnt orange or anything like that, but I'm telling you, keep your head on a swivel. In 04, 05, whenever Texas last played there, one of my dad's buddies went, and his name is Craig Dickey. He was a kicker at the University of Texas back in the day. Did PATs, field goals, and I think they had the punter do kickoffs. I'm not sure. But he's a little dude. He's like maybe 5'6" or 5'7". He's little. And he had a son that was in my grade. We grew up together. They lived down the street from my mom's house. But him and his wife went to that game and got spit on multiple times in the stadium for wearing burnt orange. It wasn't even after the game ended and Texas had won. It was during the game. So anyone going up there, keep your head on a swivel.
Jordan, real quick, I'm trying to pull up a text. I'll mention who it is. Shout out Fancy Boots on Twitter. Of course, notable Texas fan. She told me spit on, beer poured on him, people trying to fight. It was so bad that I guess the Ohio State University president issued a public apology. I don't know if it's true or false. Again, this is her account. Dog, that's wild to me. As someone who you got to remember, Jordan, not only am I from Florida where a bunch of weird shit happens, I spent 6 years in South Florida. All right. Where like the wildest stuff happens. And I've seen fights, no doubt, but spit on, beer poured on, like that would have me even, you talk about me being media and being professional. I'm not going to go up in the room, burnt orange. I'm not cheering for anybody, anything like that. But I'm not going to lie. If I see someone get spit on or beer poured on them, like I'm a mild-mannered dude, but if you want to bring out like someone that will actually be aggressively confront someone, I don't want to see none of that, man. So like, I just hope it's not that, because that will get under my skin. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. Dude, the problem is he was surrounded in the stadium by Ohio State fans. Like, one, he's a smaller guy, but he's also with his wife. Right. He swings on one of them. It's like 10 versus 1, and he's leaving in a stretcher, So, like, you can't really do anything in his shoes almost. So, I don't know. It's almost like they're like the Philadelphia Eagles fans of college football. Except I think there's more like bandwagon fans of Ohio State nationally than of the Eagles.
Facts. Ain't no one in bandwagon to be a Philly fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious. I never heard much. To be honest, I never sought out feedback on this, but how they were in the Cotton Bowl when they came to Arlington for the playoff game last year. But I don't know, man. It'll be interesting. You have any thoughts on Ohio State banning Portnoy and then it coming out that they didn't ban Portnoy, and they're trying to get rid of Fox Big Noon almost? You know what I mean?
Doug, I'm be real with you, Jordan. And maybe I'm just being like super pretentious media dude. I don't think Ohio State did, and here's why. How many times have we seen Desmond Howard rep the hell out of Go Blue, for working for ESPN in Ohio, right? At Ohio Stadium, right? So I'm like, did they ban if they ban Portnoy? I'm guessing it's not because of his, I guess, Michigan fandom or whatever. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing if they did, or try to walk it back, I'm guessing it's because they didn't want like the spectacle of Portnoy, right? And I would rather you come out and say that as opposed to it be this deal where it's like, oh, did they ban because he's a Michigan fan? Because again, I've seen Desmond Howard like sing "Hail to the Victors" and just crap on Ohio State, which, side note, I can't think of anybody better. I don't care one way or the other. I ain't a Michigan fan and an Ohio State fan, but you can't think of 5 people, Jordan, even for someone who's, 23, 24, that you associate with Michigan more than Desmond Howard, right? So, like, it is kind of awesome that he's like, nah, I don't care that I'm ESPN. Desmond Howard is not a journalist in the same way I am. He's a Michigan man. He's a former Heisman Trophy winner. He's supposed to go up in there and rep Michigan, right? So,
and kind of a dumbass to some degree. Like, anytime he says anything, till this day, I'll see people in the comments of his tweet with his CFP projection from like 3 years ago, where it was like Baylor, Texas A&M, Notre Dame, and like some other, I think Miami or something. And it was like the 2022 or 2023 season. And I don't think a single one of those teams made the playoff that year.
Jordan, I'm going to ask you this real quick, bro. I don't know how you see it. Do you watch like those programs expecting, the Desmond Howards, I don't watch Stephen A. Smith. I mean, I don't watch that show, but if I was watching that show and he's talking about, let's just say NFL, I wouldn't even say NHL or MLB. I'm not expecting an educated opinion. Like, I know I'm here for an entertainer, right? So I'm curious if when you watch those shows like College Game Day and whatnot, I don't expect it to be like super informed. I expect you to just be freaking entertained. That's just me.
Yeah. I stay away from ESPN shows. Like, the only one, to be honest, I just have stuff going on. I don't really watch live TV unless it's a game.
Yeah.
But like yesterday, like my girl and I will usually throw on a Netflix show or something when we eat. You got to have the TV on when you eat. But like yesterday when she's making dinner, didn't want to watch the show yet. She's not paying attention. So I'm just going through channels. And I'm flipping back between a Kentucky Ole Miss rerun from last year and pardon the interruption with God, I can see their faces in my head right now.
Wilbon and Kornheiser?
Yeah. And like they're not bad. They still do a good job. I miss the Mike and Mike show.
Yeah, same here.
That was a classic. There's some other great ones. But ESPN just sucks right now. Like, I don't watch Pat McAfee unless a kid Texas is recruiting is announcing his commitment on the show. That's it. But man, I love game day. I was really bummed that I woke up early on Saturday to watch it and found out College Football Live was what they were running before Farmageddon.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but yeah, I do see what you're saying. I never watch Big Noon. I think Big Noon stinks compared to game day. But hey, it is what it is. And speaking of game day, I think Lee Corso is going to put on a Buckeye thing. Because I read somewhere this week, the first ever time he put on like a mascot head or something was an Ohio State game, and he chose Ohio State, and they won. So if it's his last game or last time on game day, I think we'll do the same thing. And I like the Buckeyes or whatever. So
yeah, I could see that, like swan song, like bring a full circle, like, all right, I'm gonna pick Ohio State. And let's just be real, right? We had the conversation about Buckeye fans. Remember, I don't want to speak into existence. Never mind. I don't want to speak into existence.
They're going to jump an 80-year-old man or something?
I want to speak into existence. I don't. But I don't even want to speak into existence.
Yeah. Hey, whatever it is, it'll be all over the internet, whoever he picks, because it's his last one. Last thing on this Texas-Ohio State game, who do you got? We got score predictions for 7 coming out tomorrow.
Reminds me. Yeah, I need to shoot mine to Hank South. All right. So in the summer, remember, Jordan, we did something in the summer where it was like, give your record prediction and so on and so forth. And I picked Ohio State to win this game back in the summer. I think I can't remember if I gave a prediction, but I was thinking something like 22-19. The reason for that was this. I think Texas's defense is legit. I've thought it's been legit since the summer. Texas's offense, as we all know, offense takes time to find its rhythm. Okay, you saw that game out in Ireland, right, where them offenses took time to get it running. Which, side note, I had no idea Avery Johnson was black, but I digress. I'll come back to that later. I really didn't know until the video came out, and I was like, oh, he's black, but I digress. Offenses take time to hit the ground running, right? And I needed to see more from Texas. You're replacing 4 new stars on the offensive line, right? Replacing 4 stars on the offensive line. Arch, first-time starter. I was leaning something like 22-19 Ohio State. I feel like I've seen enough from Texas in fall camp offensively that I'm ready to flip. I'll make that decision final when we do it. But I still think in terms of a score prediction, something like 21-17, 22-19.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be a close game no matter what. And I was long-time source in Houston hit me up yesterday. He runs a developmental program down there, and it's kind of slowed down a bit. He opened up like an actual gym and is more focused on that than his developmental program. But Donovan Jackson, the Ohio State lineman who went first round to the Vikings, he went to Bel Air Episcopal, was like the number 5 player in the country out of high school. That was his guy. He also had Jalen Milroe. He also had Tumisha Adele, who's flamed out, but he has some old Houston names. You remember Terrence Cooks from back in the day, former Texas linebacker that went to TCU. I don't know where he's playing at now, but he has some guys. And we were just talking about the game. He's not a fan of Texas. He's pulling for Ohio State. And he's like, hey, they're getting smoked. And I was like, dog, you don't know shit. Like, because think about this. This is like the non-conference game for Texas that's been the focus of the offseason. Going into the 2022 year, it was Bama and Austin when Bryce Young put on the cape, saved the day, and they won the game. And it should have been a safety too. In 2023, it was Bama in Tuscaloosa, the last home loss Nick Saban ever had. Last year it was Michigan, and they obviously got worse each week because they didn't know how to do a forward pass. But this year it's Ohio State. But in all 3 of those games going into this one, they came out of the gate hot. Like the best Quinn Ewers ever looked the entire 2022 season was in that game versus Alabama. And then Dallas Turner pile drived him. Either that game or the 49-0 U game was Quinn's best game that year. And then the Bama game. You can make the argument that was Quinn's best game in 2023 in Tuscaloosa. And then last year he was on point as well. So I think Sark has shown when you have an entire offseason kind of prep for one game, because, they're not paying much, if any, attention to Sam Houston State or San Jose State or UTEP, right? Those are kind of tune-up games. But the week one, like, this has been what they've been working towards since the Cotton Bowl ended last year. So I don't think they're going to come out slow. I get what you're saying. It is week one, and this is a little bit different because they had tune-up games and all those matchups I mentioned were week two. But I think they can come out firing, and they're going to have to, because Ohio State has an NFL receiver room. Julian's saying, not the biggest fan, but he's more than serviceable. He doesn't have to be a fighter pilot. He just has to drive the bus. That's it. And the bus almost drives itself to some degree. So, I don't know, man. I'm excited. I think Texas will get it done. But, I'm not betting money on that. So,
hey,
we'll
Jordan, real quick. All right, I can share my screen. So I'm going to see if I can share this video real quick. I was talking about me and Jordy were down the field in Arkansas. Let me go and do this real quick. Share the screen, pull up the tweet. Here we go. All right. And we're going to do the sound and hit play. This is the type of just being loose that I'm talking about. And I actually just spotted you in the corner. You see Sark there in the middle.
They were confident as hell coming out that game.
Now that y'all have the video, do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah. That game sucked, to be honest. I know they won, but dude, I was on the field losing my mind.
they could have
years in year three with Sark still can't beat a 3-high safety look. That was bad. And watching Arkansas try to run an offense was what is blood doing? You know what I mean? If Jaquindon Jackson doesn't exist, they might not have scored that game.
Right.
Seriously. But shout out to Jaquindon Jackson, Duncanville legend, got cut by the Jaguars yesterday. But all right, unless you have anything else on Texas, Ohio State, I figured we hit on some comments and get into something else.
Go for it.
All right. Antoine said, how did Ohio State steal James Peoples, Peyton Pierce, Riley Pettijohn, Devin Sanchez, Brock Boyd, and Dontre Wilson? To be honest, I don't know who Dontre Wilson is. I don't think that's a current player, or at least someone from the state of Texas that's on their team. He might be. I'm not sure, but I don't know who he is. James Peoples, on the other hand, basically chose Ohio State over Texas. Texas was in a great early spot for James Peoples. Tashard Choice is one of his first offers. And for context, James Peoples was a 2024 running back from Veterans Memorial High School down in San Antonio. But with him, Texas was the early leader, no question about it. He visited a bunch. And then they landed C.J. Baxter and Trey Wisner. But really, it was Baxter that kind of made him back off a little bit. And that's also around the same time that Texas and Tashard Choice really, really went all in on Jarrett Gibson. So had James Peoples tried to commit at that time, they weren't telling him no. But they kind of went different directions. He wanted to be the number one back in the class. Texas made it clear to pretty much all those running backs they viewed Jarrett Gibson as the RB1 of their class. And so they kind of went separate ways. And Ohio State, I think, took advantage of the opportunity. Several schools kind of found out that, oh, wow, this kid isn't going to Texas now, and turned it up. And Ohio State was really the first one to do it. And I think they were able to get him committed before OV started, and he committed to Ohio State in February or March or April of his junior year. So, been a long time coming. Barely played last year because they had the best running back duo in America, but I'm pretty sure either him or C.J. Donaldson's supposed to start for them on Saturday. So maybe he takes it personal. Texas was the team he grew up rooting for. He went on record saying that as a high schooler. So we'll see. Peyton Pierce.
My bad, Jordan. I just was going to say Dontre Wilson. I think Jordan was in the 4th grade when Dontre Wilson. It was 2013. So what was that, 5th grade? Because he graduated 2021, right?
Yeah. Wait, where did he go? Is that a DeSoto kid?
He went to DeSoto. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because I remember DeSoto used to always play this hype video before games, and it was outdated by like 5 years. So like you wouldn't even see Byron Murphy or Shamar Turner, the dude who went to A&M. But you'd see like Dontre Wilson, and like they wouldn't have names on these players. And I'd always be like, who the hell is this guy playing for Ohio State?
Yeah.
But it was him, I guess. Okay, so Peyton Pierce, a lot of schools liked him, but athletically was limited. Like you knew what the floor was, but you also knew what the ceiling was, and kind of a smaller guy. Now, I think he'll be a great college player, but if he gets drafted, it's because he's going like round 6 or 7. Big-time wrestler in high school. His brother, I think, won like 2 state championships at Allen. All of his brothers went to Allen. And he actually played his freshman year at Allen and originally was a quarterback. And then Lovejoy recruited him. Shout out to Lovejoy. They had a great run there recruiting kids. They got Parker Livingstone to transfer in too. But Peyton Pierce ended up at Lovejoy. He had pretty much every offer in America because he started and was great as a sophomore and then didn't really grow much or get faster or anything like that. So he had to go somewhere where people were comfortable, just knowing, I guess, kind of what he was. And Texas, they always wanted to take only one 2024 linebacker that cycle. And Jeff Choate always liked Anthony Smith the most, pretty much, of like the realistic guys, because they were never getting Justin Williams, who ended up in Georgia. But eventually Texas and Peyton Pierce had to make a decision. Are we going to go down this road together and schedule him for an OV, or are we going to kind of push all our chips into the Ty Anthony Smith table? And they did the Ty Anthony Smith route, and that kind of was that. Riley Pettijohn, Texas was the early leader. I firmly believe he'd be a Longhorn right now if Jeff Choate never left. To be honest with you, Johnny Nansen just did a poor job in kind of bridging the relationship once Jeff Choate left. And there's a lot more to it, but like Texas went from the early leader the first 2 months of Nansen, and then Ohio State, A&M, and USC kind of came out of nowhere, and it got a lot more competitive. He took on officials there the spring of his junior year, and then by the time OVs rolled around, it's like everyone was pretty even, and Texas didn't have a lead anymore. And then his official visit happened to Texas, and he did not have a meeting with Pete Kwiatkowski. I don't know how that happened. Sometimes there's too many kids on these visits, and someone's always going to end up having a poor experience that weekend. It was Pettijohn. And there was another thing that happened, but I can't really talk about it right now. Maybe in a book I write one day, that's what it'll be. But Texas is kind of the reason they didn't get Riley Pettijohn, in my opinion. And he visited for the Georgia game on October 19th, but like I remember his dad walking in with an Ohio State hat because he was already committed to Ohio State. And his dad, like, as these reporters are taking photos and videos of them walking into the stadium, he was like, there ain't no flipping that's going to happen, or something like that. And, he had a younger brother that was there, and that was, I guess, kind of their excuse. But the conversations that had to be had for him to be a flippable prospect never happened, because after Texas got smoked by Georgia at home, they didn't really meet with any recruits because they just got smoked at home. So that's kind of what happened with Pettijohn. Devin Sanchez, I'll be honest, he did not like Terry Joseph. Yeah, that's part of it. He also wanted to commit early, and you got to remember, like at the time he did commit to Ohio State, Texas hadn't put out any of the DBs they put out now. Those guys were still in college, and they were not the guys that they ended up being last year. Johnny Barron was great around the time Sanchez committed. He was not Thorpe, he was not Jot Thorpe yet. They didn't have Drew Makuba. They didn't have the most prolific DB they had at the time was Ryan Watts, who went, I think, 6th round and isn't even playing football anymore. So, Ohio State just did a great job. They found out he wanted to commit early, and they turned up the gas on him right away. He silently committed in what was November of his junior year, and then he announced it at the All-American game that January, in January of his junior year. So that was kind of it. And once he committed, he was locked in. As far as Brock Boyd goes, he listen to this, Eric. I'm sure you've seen this meme of when a white receiver committed to Ohio State, and it's like Brian Hartline's final challenge. This is that kid. He goes to South Lake Carroll. Last season, he put up like 1,700 receiving yards. Super, super productive. His older brother, Brady Boyd, was Quinn Ewers' #1 target at South Lake Carroll, and they're really good friends. In fact, I'm letting you in on some Texas lore here, Eric. So when Quinn goes in the portal, it's a huge deal because he was the number 1 player the year before. Texas Tech, for whatever dumbass reason, thinks they're getting him. Like Joey McGuire was telling reporters, we're getting this guy. They were so confident. And the entire time, it's like, no, this has kind of been a done deal to Texas for months. And on the Tech Rivals site, one of their fans or one of their subs posts like, I sell weed in Lubbock. I just sold weed to Brady Boyd. He's Quinn's best friend and said Quinn's coming home. Or it's my cousin sells weed in Lubbock or something. They said Quinn's coming home. And it went nuclear because message board geniuses posted it. And it was all over the internet. And Quinn didn't commit to Texas till like a week later. But the younger brother of Brady Boyd is Brock. Really productive at Southlake last year. I think was like 4th in the state in receiving yards and was an early commit to TCU. Because, I mean, you look at him, he does not look like a Power 4 receiver prospect. He's maybe 6 foot, 5'11 and a half, and like 170. But he's kind of that Lad McConkey style where it's like you would never guess this is a football player. But he's super fast in and out of cuts and like, you know, all the classic white football player references, lunch pail guy, first guy in, last guy out, all that. That's actually what Brock Boyd is. So with him, Ohio State offers him out of nowhere in January, February. Heartline's down in DFW offering receivers. He offers Jalen Lott, I think Caden Finley. And the big surprise was Brock Boyd. Because, I mean, he's good, but it's like, whoa, this isn't who Ohio State recruits. And I hit up someone at Ohio State. I'm like, why are y'all recruiting this kid? Like, I'm not disagreeing with it, but y'all don't do these types of things. And he's like, this is the way to dumb it down, but build your offense for $15. We have Chris Henry Jr. committed, who's a 5-star. He costs $7. How do you build the rest of the class? So, like, he's a budget take. That's the way to think about it. And he's from South Lake. He's not dying for NIL money either. So, I mean, I personally think it's an amazing recruitment for Ohio State. If that's your budget take, I mean, geez, because he would have been TCU's best receiver this cycle. So that's the story on those guys. Amari Niblack listed as 5th string tight end at A&M. Did you see that?
I did not. I didn't see their depth chart. Damn.
Yeah, well, I will say it's the Swedish tight end they have, Theo, and then it says or another guy, and then or Niblack, and then there's 2 names under it. So, like, they run a bunch of 12 and 13 personnel.
Yeah, okay.
So,
yeah.
If it's 13 personnel, Amari Niblack will be on the field. At least that's what I expect. And the problem with Amari Niblack has never been talent. It's retaining the playbook and showing up to practice and being on time. So, I mean, he's got, I think, 1 year left of eligibility to make or break. So, I assume we'll probably see the best year out of him or most productive year since whenever he was at Bama.
St. Petersburg, Florida's finest right there. Can always go back home to USF if you want to.
Hey, you want to hear I mean, you know me. I got some buddies over at A&M. You want to guess what his nickname is? What the team calls him?
Hit me with it.
Jurassic.
Okay.
Yeah, they call him Jurassic. I'll never forget what Amari Niblack did for my dynasty Texas Longhorns in CFB 25. He was so juiced in that game. Michael Fasusi and Cortland Guillory listed as starters at Oklahoma. Pretty expected. Shout out to myself for Cortland Guillory. Wish I could share my screen, but found him, put him on Twitter like I think about a year before he got offered or before he got his first offer. 3 years later, starting day one for the Sooners. That guy's going to make some money if he goes in the portal after the staff gets fired because, I mean, one of the best man corners there is. Super, super twitchy, and I think is an NFL player one day. Antoine said Temple head coach Chad President said he's scout team quarterback on Wednesdays. It's believable. Played quarterback at Tulsa, led Temple the furthest they've been in like the last 20 years in the playoffs. So believable. What else do we have here? Jake Bayless. I'm not putting that on the screen. Here's a good one. Is the transfer portal more about improving talent over slow development or clearing out the less talent at the bottom of your roster? What do you have to say?
At this level, I think it's more about clearing out less talent at the bottom of your roster. Come from the level I was covering, group of 5, it's about, not even improving talent over slow development. Just getting a guy, right? Taking a flyer on anybody because you're trying to catch lightning in a bottle. But at this level, I think it's more about clearing out less talent out of your roster or guys that for whatever reason, like, hey, this just ain't working. Here's a door.
Yeah, I think it depends which program you're at and where you're at, like what the state of the program is. Like Texas took Tariq Milton out of the portal way back, like years ago. They don't even watch that guy's film nowadays.
Right.
But they needed him. They needed the depth. They had to get him. Same thing as like when they had Ben Davis out of the portal, who you probably don't even know who that is. He was a former 5-star, went to Bama, and he was in their first portal class with Keelan Robinson and Quinn. Sucked. Didn't play at all. But like they had to go get him because they needed the depth. So nowadays it's, very few depth pieces and more like guys that can actually come in and play right away. Because portal players cost more than they ever have. And I also think like you learn from your mistakes. Like Texas went and got Javion Cole out of the portal, who didn't play at all last year. And the only reason they went and got him was because Terrence Brooks left after he didn't get the starting job, and they needed depth, and they got it, I guess, just to be safe. But again, he never played, and then he left after 1 year. So you paid him several $100,000, I assume, because he was like the only decent corner in the portal at the time. It was in the spring, and I think he chose Texas over Washington. But he didn't play at all. So, like, I think they learn each year from their mistakes. At least they do in high school recruiting. And I don't know. The very broad question there that I feel like we could go on for a long time. Yeah, I do remember this from last year.
Yeah,
and I think Tate's caption was like Texas giving off they signed up for 60 Minutes vibes or something.
Yeah, and real quick, I don't even remember if that was Pate's original video. I think he quote tweeted it. I don't think it was his video because I saw that area. But that's one of my favorite moments of last year. Jordan, I don't know, where like Boosie is and like your kind of range. Because again, I think you got to be like my age to really live through like prime Boosie. However, I'll never forget Texas playing Set It Off after they beat Iowa State in Iowa State after Jordan, I used to remember his name off the top of my head. Now I can't remember. The offensive lineman ran his mouth about they're coming here at night.
Yeah, I don't know his name either.
But not only that, Jordan, Boosie's from Baton Rouge. Yeah. And when they were playing Set It Off in the Superdome during practices, I was like, oh, they're about that life. Like, for real. So, yeah, I absolutely remember that video, Jake Bayless.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything on the Fox YouTube TV dispute or carriage dispute. Have you?
Yeah. Derek, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I hope you're not a YouTube TV subscriber like I am. And I guess to fill anyone in who doesn't know, there is a dispute between YouTube TV and Fox and the carriage to where that game may not be available if you have YouTube TV. And YouTube TV just tweeted out, hey, if for whatever reason we can't get this resolved, we'll give you a $10 credit. To which many people said, we don't want your freaking $10. We just want Fox. So that's the latest, Derek, that I've heard. I wish I could pull up the tweet right now, but that's the latest I've saw is that they're like, hey, the gist of the tweet is if we don't get this settled by Saturday at kickoff, we'll give you $10 credit.
What I think is kind of funny, everyone over the age of 30 is like, I don't want a credit, I want Fox. And everyone under 30 is like, all right, crack streams it is.
Exactly. and just for the record, dog, if someone's 34, you can up that to like 35, 40. Because we've been using streams for a minute.
Okay. I think this is a better question for Eric. How many Texas fans do you think travel up to Columbus?
Ooh, I would say Naaman. I don't know 25 plus because my brain is going back to Michigan. Okay, he said travel to Columbus. He didn't say go to the game. That's the key. Because
time out. I think that's the dumbest shit ever. Why do people ever do that? Why do you travel somewhere for an away game to sit and watch that shit in the parking lot?
Don't ask me, dog. Don't ask me. It didn't feel like there were 25 plus at Michigan. It felt like there were like 15 to like 18. And from what Jordan's telling me, and all I'm hearing from fans' perspective is that trip was that horrible 20 years ago. I don't think 25 plus are in the stadium, but I could see 25 plus being in Columbus. I could see that.
Yeah. Patrick, with some Lee Corso college game day lore, said this is in regards to Lee Corso's first ever headgear wearing, which is October 5th, 1996. So the reason he was able to get that Brutus head was because Herb Street's wife was a cheerleader at Ohio State, and he asked if he could get the Brutus head, and that's how he started with it.
Sure.
Interesting. Sorry, I'm a little behind here on I'm a little behind you on the comments. All right, this is one thing I want to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
Like Texas Hero Canoe, everyone's talking about that. I've barely seen anyone write about the fact that Texas's edge coach was at Ohio State for 2 years. Like that's certainly going to help as well, you know. What else do we have here? YouTube TV and Fox, 5.5 hours. But
the question is, Jordan, do you think they get a deal done? You have to.
Yeah, I think so. I saw a stat like 85 or 90% of carriage disputes are eventually solved in 24 to 48 hours before the game. So we got some more time. In worst case scenario, if Crack Streams or Met Streams or whatever doesn't work, I'll go watch it at a bar or something. They'll have old school cable TV. Someone in Fort Worth will. Antoine talking about the boy Ed Small balling out at TCU, and Brad Jackson named starter at Texas State. Feel for my boy Nate Ernell, but hey, GJ Kinney's gonna do what he can do best for his team. Eric, what do you know about Ed Small?
Not a damn thing.
I'm gonna put you on. So his freshman year, this is a kid who went to Austin Anderson, by the way, in North Austin. I have people start reaching out to me about this white receiver at Anderson that's balling on varsity as a freshman, and I was like, hey, like, I do not care. Like, if he's like, no, like he's committed to Texas for baseball. I was like, oh shit. I pull up his film and he's just killing people. He led his team in like every receiving stat as a freshman. And fun fact, his OC was Eli Reinhardt, who's now the head coach at Hutto, spent the last like 2 or 3 years in North Crowley as their OC. But yeah, and so you follow him, and it takes a while for the offers to come in, but eventually they start doing it. And TCU, they're like the first big Power 4 school to offer him, and he committed like a week later and said, I'm done playing baseball. Screw this. And I don't think he's supposed to start, but he's like going to be their first receiver off the bench. And he's also some of that Ladd McConkey look where it's like,
yeah,
you would never guess this kid plays football. But awesome kid, great young man. And at State 7-on-7 going into his senior year, DeSoto was literally having to double and triple team him, and they couldn't fucking stop him. Like, they could not stop him. DeSoto's DBs were faking injuries to stop getting embarrassed by him. I'm like, there are videos of this on Twitter. He was the best player at the tournament last year. It was nuts.
Jordan, real quick, you mentioned Austin Anderson. So again, not being from here, like, what type of program is that? Because, you know, the only thing I know Austin Anderson for is 2 things: Colin Page and Kurt Bowles. All right. So, like, it feels like in Texas, more so than a lot of places, I'd say Florida included, if you ball out at a school that ain't really it, you're going to be gone to a premier school like sooner than later. Can you just help me understand Austin Anderson? Because I've been like curious about that.
I mean, to be honest with you, Austin ISD kind of stinks as a football district. Yeah. Almost all the D1 prospects come out of LBJ. Right. And they're kind of really the only team that'll play deep in the playoffs ever. Austin High will have a kid every now and then. Charles Wright, if you remember him, he was an Austin High kid. Yeah. And Anderson has 2 D1 kids right now, Caleb Crenshaw and Miami Riley, the Texas safety commit. Right. But both of them transferred into Anderson before this year. If they didn't do that, they don't have anyone going Division I on that team this year. So, you know, the transferring is kind of made things different. Austin ISD also isn't a very good school district, to be honest with you. And the best school, like academically or education-wise, I'm pretty sure is Anderson outside of like the charters. So that is kind of the answer, I guess. You know, they value education more than football there. Like, high school kind of should be, but that's not the case in South Dallas or some of these other schools. That's just what it is. But yeah, and one thing I will say, Anderson, if I'm not mistaken, is still claiming Night Train Lane. You know Night Train Lane?
Yeah. Dick Knight, former Detroit Lion, I believe, right? Or Bear, one of them teams.
I have no idea. But he went to Anderson High School in Austin. The thing is, Anderson High School at the time was in East Austin, was an all-black school because that's how old he was. Right. And that school later shut down, and the Anderson High School in North Austin was built. And I think to some degree they've tried to like claim some of those players that went to the NFL or whatever as their alumni, which is kind of horseshit. It's the same thing like Temple High School claims God, what is his name? Mean Joe Green, the North Texas legend, Pittsburgh Steelers legend. They claim him when he went to Temple Dunbar, the all-black school back in the day, because Temple was very late in segregating, the school as far as other high schools in Texas. So that one is kind of like, all right, guys, really? And he has a statue in Temple, too, outside the high school. It's like, what are we doing here? I don't know if you've ever heard of this book, but there's a book called Thursday Night Lights about the PVIL. I'm like halfway through it. But they talk about both those players in that book, and that's kind of how I know about that. But, yeah. Real quick, we'll do want to talk about some other ones here, but want to hit on this 2029 story real quick. Gonna make you feel old. Listen to some of these players. BJ LaFell, 2029 QB / athlete at Shadow Creek, Brandon LaFell's son. And the head coach at Shadow Creek actually coached his father at Houston Lamar back in the day, and that's why he's at Shadow Creek. Currently on JV, but will probably be on varsity by the end of the year if he's cool with playing receiver or something else. And I've never seen him in person outside of 7-on-7 when he barely played, so I don't know if he can be a QB long term or what the deal is. How about this one? You're going to know this one. Rush Williams, the son of Reggie Williams, former 8th overall pick of the Jaguars, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yes, sir.
He's starting at Katy Jordan, year one. Already has offers from Houston, Oregon, PV, Sac State, and Texas Tech. Where's some other ones? I doubt anyone will know this guy's dad. There's a kid at Lake Travis named Tatum Davis Gold. His father, Greg Gold, played running back at Oklahoma State and Texas State back in the day, and is the owner of, you're not going to know this, but it's like AU Designs and Concepts. They pretty much design all the helmet decals and other stickers for like probably about 50% of Texas high school football programs. And a lot of Texas high school football sickos know about that. Jarrell Scott, who's at Pflugerville Weiss. His uncle is Tommy Harris, former 5-star D lineman who played at OU and then the NFL for a minute. You're going to know this kid's dad, DeMarcus Ware Jr. Yeah. My tweet, when I posted the story on Twitter, and it went kind of nuclear because Nick quote tweeted and was like, does that say DeMarcus Ware Jr.?
Yeah.
And it does. He is at South Lake Carroll. So going to be a freshman on varsity at linebacker. Brock Anderson at Beaumont Westbrook, younger brother of Bryce Anderson, the A&M safety. There's a kid named Buddy Phillips at Lake Travis. Shout out to the Cavaliers. He went to the Coppers Cove Middle Schools and is now at Lake Travis. But he's on varsity at safety. I think he can play receiver or safety and be a recruitable prospect, and is one of only 3 freshmen to play on varsity at Lake Travis. The others are Garrett Wilson, who is now with the New York Jets, and the other one is Derek Johnson, not related to Longhorn linebacker Derek Johnson, but a kid who I think would have been a safety at the FBS or Power 4 level, but Lake Travis had a ton of injuries. He had to play running back, and he ended up going to South Dakota State, an FCS program. But he's killed it there. So, yeah, Buddy's the 3rd guy to play varsity as a freshman. And that's kind of it for legacies and just sicko stuff. But
Jordan, real quick before we get out of here, I actually got a question for you for tomorrow about next Wednesday about legacies. So I'll save that for next week. But you were talking about, white receivers, white DBs, kind of the nicknames and whatnot. And we were busting Taft's chops the other day because Taft acknowledged it. It was like the stereotype. And we all were running through him in the scrum. Like, Taft, you're, coach on the field, high IQ guy, gritty, hard nosed. We had a bunch of we ran. Sneaky athletic. But and you may have seen it, I tweeted that story that I wrote on Parker Livingstone, likely starting for Emmett Mosley, white chocolate. And there were some people, I thought it was the most catchy quote of the story, right? That's why I led with it. There were some people who were like, why's he got to be white chocolate? They were either upset about it or annoyed that, like, damn, all a white dude got to do is show any semblance of athleticism and he's white chocolate. Thoughts?
Not really. I don't want to say anything. I will say, like, saw some people say Dylan Haynes or Breckenhager. That ain't white chocolate.
That ain't white. See, that's what I'm glad you mentioned that because I saw like the list of, they were like, oh, there have been X amount of white chocolates in Texas history, and I was like, I feel like y'all missing the boat on this. From what
I'll be honest, Michael Taft and Parker Livingstone they're not that much white chocolate in my eyes either. I'm trying to think of like candidates who are. I guess Mookie. That's fine.
Livingstone, that nickname Mookie. So there's that.
True. I don't know, but it's
Avery Johnson. Not that.
Yeah. Antoine Weiss is the most loaded team in Central Texas. Last thing, or actually two things.
Yeah.
Drew Makuba did graduate from LBJ, but little known fact, he was originally at Reagan, which I think has now changed their name. But he was at Reagan his freshman year, was on varsity, and then ended up transferring to LBJ. Reagan lost their damn mind and called the SWAT team on him. The UIL came and did a home check. He wasn't there because he didn't live at that home, and was suspended from varsity his entire sophomore year. Jamal Fenner, who's now at Texas, said hey, you can play JV. He never played JV just because he would have literally killed people.
Yeah.
So he only played varsity at LBJ his junior and senior year, but he was originally at Reagan. And never mind, I won't get into that. But where's this other one that I wanted to hit on? Guess the name, because this isn't fully correct, of the Anderson-Austin McCallum rivalry, which has been played, I think, 50 years in a row. It's been the Taco Shack Bowl for the last 22 years.
Okay.
But I didn't even know this till yesterday. There's a new sponsor. You want to guess what it's called?
I can't even guess, bro.
The new sponsor is Legacy Turf and Grass, and the game is now called the Shoal Creek Showdown.
Oh, well, I mean, I can cuss. I forgot. I'm on TSU. I did hear that because I was watching KXAN's high school preview, and I did hear that. I just didn't know the teams.
Yeah. It's at House Park. That's Anderson's home stadium. My favorite stadium in Texas high school football. Total dog shit press box, the worst press box in the state. But the view at the city right there, you can't beat it. You can't beat it. But
from my old apartment, Jordan, I could look out and see games there from my balcony. So it was awesome.
Damn. Eric Henry balling in House Park. You sign up and give me your firstborn child to get that place? I mean, shit.
We can talk about it another time.
Sorry, last thing, because I didn't know you were down there. You ever heard of the restaurant Wink that's down in there?
Yeah.
That's my uncle's restaurant.
Oh, nice. Okay,
yeah. So you ever want to check it out, let me know. I can hook you up with old Stuart Scruggs. But anyways, we're going to get out of here. Up next on Texas Sports Unfiltered, Third and Longhorn gives their official preview of the 2025 Texas Longhorns. Can the Horns win their first natty since 2005? Tune in to find out. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay, they'll be back on the live stream. I will be back tomorrow at 10 with Will, and then at 10 on Friday with Nick. So everyone who tuned in, appreciate it. Steven Delgado, Longhorn Bears, CB, Wags, Tyler Carrollsty, thanks for the hate watch. We'll take the view. Jake Bayless, Antoine, everyone. Appreciate it. And, hey, y'all have a great Wednesday. It's hump day, baby. Peace.